Tere tulemast Tallinn!
Welcome to Tallinn and good morning to everyone. This is the 5th Baltic V Fisheries Forum and I'm glad to welcome you all here. And I can see that there is a great number of you present in the room and I know more are coming. We are going to listen to 6 presentations today. We will hear different approaches to fishing vessels and fishing fleets, and at 5 o'clock we are going to have a panel discussion where we plan to speak in English, but everyone who would like to listen to us in Estonian can do so thanks to interpretation equipment. I'm glad to say that the Ministry of Rural Affairs and the Fisheries Information Center are here to welcome you, and we also have people listening online. So let us look at what we are going to do today, and let us look at the platform we are going to use. If you open the website worksup.com, you will find our broadcast. And you can see 3 different links here. Watch live without translation. That is listening to everything that is happening on the floor. The other option is to watch with Estonian interpretation. And finally, watching live with English interpretation. So, please choose the option that you prefer. Secondly, please look at today's agenda so that you can see what is happening right now and what is about to come. There is also going to be a lunch break, which is quite long, so you have a chance to freshen up, have some lunch. And today we also have the opportunity to ask questions. So next to each speaker you can find the Q&A button. So if you click on this button, you can write your question, your comment, and click the share button. Of course, you can also vote up other questions and other comments, and this will help upvote the comments that are important to more people. But we will try to go through all the questions and all the comments and share them here on the floor. Today's agenda is quite straightforward, and I hope it'll be easy to follow. If you have any questions, such as if you can't hear the interpretation, or if you have any other concern, please let us know, and we will try to help you to make sure that you can all hear us. And some information to those who are here in the room: if you have your phones with you, please make sure to put them on mute or on the flight mode. And the bathrooms can be found outside of this room on the right, near the lifts. There will also be some signs out there. We are going to start today's Baltic Sea Fisheries Forum for the 5th time, and I'd like to welcome Siim Tiidemann, the Chancellor of the Ministry of Rural Affairs, to give the opening words. Good morning, everyone. I hope that everyone can hear me. I would like to correct Sander. I am, in fact, the Vice Chancellor at the Ministry of Rural Affairs, not the Chancellor. I deal with in foreign relations and fisheries. Instead of me, the Minister of Rural Affairs was meant to open this forum, but we are currently in the process of putting together the new coalition. So I would like to give you the greetings from the current and from the future minister. So this means I have the honor of representing them here today. I would like to give my words of welcome to all of you to the 5th Baltic Sea Fisheries Forum in a row. This is one of the representative events of our sector. It is an international conference that has addressed a number of broader and more specific topics, and I think this time we have identified some very important questions that are topical right now. The main topic that we will address today is related to the fleet management in a modern catch arrangement. In Estonia's case, this is a very specific situation, but it also affects other Baltic Sea countries. There is a number of countries where catch is related to individual fishing quotas, which are applied to specific companies or fishers, and these quotas cannot be surpassed. In addition, we have the fleet ceilings in terms of capacity, as well as the kilowatt power. And this means that, in opinion of some, it does not help to make fishing fleets more efficient at the EU level. These are the topics that we will look at today in terms of economic aspect, but also socially and historically. I can say that in the Common Fisheries Policy 10 years ago, the European Commission suggested that such quotas should be removed. But since the European Union's catching systems are very different, in some countries catch is regulated with the number of fishing days, and the capacity and volumes affect the total catch amounts. So in such countries, the fleet caps are justified. But in countries like Estonia, where they have no other function apart from the control function, in order to match the quotas to the catch, which has been ensured in the recent years, we have seen that investments have been fulfilled, and every time a new a vessel is introduced to the fleet, another one needs to be removed. This is because of the regulations, and each time a new vessel is added, they tend to have higher capacity as well. The European Commission has issued 2 notices which also frame our debate today. Firstly, the notice about Common Fisheries Policy, and secondly, notice about more sustainable operation of fishing fleets in the future. The Commission has admitted that alternative energies are still in their early stages of development, and we will hear about this today as well. In fishing fleets, there are not a lot of possibilities to transfer from diesel fuels to more environmentally friendly options. There have been some experimental solutions, but they have not reached a scale that could imply their mass use. Such transfers tend to be costly, and adapting existing vessels in the existing volumes are not doable. So new vessels need to be built, and we must think in advance. Our fishing fleets are also quite old, and if we are to build a new one, it should be built for 20 to 30 years, not 50. So we must be careful about setting the limits. Our view to the Commission's notices is that the Common Fisheries Policy should be reformed. This is especially related to the fleet ceilings, and in terms of energy transfer, we should try and reach higher efficiency in fishing. These are our fundamental points of view. On the government's side, we are putting together the opinion on fishing fleets, and in European working groups and at the Council of Ministers there are going to be some debates on fisheries, and in June we will have some outcomes. And the opinions that I'm presenting today will also be presented at the Council of Ministers during these debates. I know that some other European countries are also supporting such approaches and believe that fishing fleet should go hand in hand with new energy solutions. We have had a number of different problems in the past that have not allowed to renew the fishing fleet as fast as we would like to. And we have not been able to use many financial instruments to support that. The financial instruments are currently quite limiting and discriminative and don't encourage the adoption of new technologies. I would like to wish everyone a fruitful conference day and fruitful debate, and I hope that the results of this debate will reach the relevant capacities at EU level as well, and I hope that this will help to ensure a better future for our fisheries sector. Have a fruitful conference and enjoy today's debates. Just a moment, Siim. Thank you. Next, I would like to give the floor to the University of Tartu Institute of Marine Sciences, Toomas Armulik, the head of the institute.
Suur tänu, ausalt.
Good morning. Thank you for this very interesting introduction from Siim, and there is little that I can say after that, but I would like to give my greetings to all of those who are here, to all the representatives of fisheries umbrella organizations, to representatives of ministries, research institutes, and I would like to give my thanks to you for this cooperation that we've had for over 10 years. We are at the end of one period, and we don't know what the future will come, but we hope that our cooperation will continue in a way that is satisfactory to us all. And it has already lasted for more than 12 years. This is the fifth Baltic Sea Fisheries Forum. The first one that was held in 2017 was organized in partnership of the Estonian Fisheries Association, because we wanted to discuss important topics of our sector on a common platform. Siim has already said everything that is the most crucial. I just want to add that our trawler sectors and have been very successful and overcoming the global crisis. We've experienced the COVID crisis, economic crisis, so it's important to ensure that regulations will not become another hindrance to our sector's development. So I would like to wish you a fruitful and interesting conference day, and I hope you'll find out more about the opinions of different representatives. Thank you and enjoy the day.
Suur tänu.
Thank you very much. Now it is time to begin. My name is Sander Loit. I am the moderator today, and I would like to encourage you to ask questions here in the room, but also on the workshop platform if you prefer, or if you're listening to us online. Now I'd like to give the floor to our first speaker, Mogens Schou, Head of the Fisheries Department of the Ministry of Rural Affairs of the Republic of Estonia, and he will tell us how the economic viability of the fishing fleet depends on the rules.
Dear colleagues from the EU Commission and from the neighboring countries, so ladies and gentlemen who are here in this hall or listening to us via the web. So welcome to the fifth conference, and a lot of participants have come to the conference right now, the Baltic V Fisheries Forum. And so let's deal with the unfolding of the CFP status at the moment. So it is important right now to observe the quotas and also to match the capacity of the fleet, and what kind of new things would be needed in order to hit the balance between the needs and the availability. And I would like to give a brief overview of the Estonian experience as well, how we could successfully implement the transferable quotas, individual transferable quotas, and how and what impact has been on our fishing fleet. And in order to understand the current situation, I started to look into the development and the history. The CFP was established as in 1983, and the system for protection, preserving and managing the stock was created. But before that, it was just the market arrangements, and I would not touch upon that today. So it was international communication with third countries and also structural policy issues. And this was the basis for the Common Agricultural Policy, CAP. And so joining the food reserves and joining the both sides, and that was the beginning from the 70s already, last century. The fish fleet was on the table, and how to improve the fishing fleet so that the stock could be preserved, and how to fish successfully. But at that time already 60% of the fleet size was increased, and different supports were allocated in order to build new fleet. But at the same time, it was realized that the fish stock is not unlimited, and so it's not the seasonal restrictions, but actually we have to focus on the landing and selling out. So the 1980s became the time when the CFP principles were established. So also the quotas per member states were determined, and also access to the waters, seas. And we know that member states can fish under 12 nautical miles area, and other fishing opportunities were limited. So the aim at 1983 was to use the natural resources in order to guarantee and ensure sustainable economic and social conditions. And the big fishing fleet created a situation that if we establish quota limitations, how much is possible to catch, is allowed to be catched, then definitely the fleet size was not matching the opportunities. And that was the reason why this allowed quotas were much higher than necessary for the fish stock preservation and sustainability. It would have been very difficult on a political level to match it exactly where needed. So the living standards, especially on the coastal areas, population would have had two negative impacts. And despite of the things, after establishing the quotas, it was understood that the fleet has to be reduced. So after 1983, there were no incentives or no financing for new fishing fleet. And the member states set their own objectives in order to reduce the size of the fishing fleet. And so it was 2% of the kilowatts and 3% of the tonnage. So it was understood that also that the objectives were not achieved. And so more regulation of the fishing capacity was needed. And so quotas were allocated. And in the 93 reform, more ambitious objectives were set in order to balance the capacity with the opportunities. And the social impact was seen to be mitigated with structural assistance measures. And in order to reduce the number of the fishing boats, so to provide support for those who would be then unemployed. But at the same time, there were also specific provisions for developing new technology and new fishing boats that would comply with new requirements and needs. So, and also, what is the fishing capacity? Also the technical measures were improved, how to find better locations for the fish and how to improve the technical gear and boats. So the reforms objectives were set. So were the So the objectives were 20% for the catch and 10% for pelagic species. But it was not fully complying with the objectives. So this is a picture for the multi-annual development plans, establishing the rules how on the European level the quota system would be calculated, and also limiting the calculations and negotiations, and actually the fight how much quota per country would be allocated. So the agreements were necessary to make, and so it was quite a positive step, and I will show later how the stabilizing of the fishing stock was achieved too. And so this reform established the ceilings for fleet, so those limits were sent to the marginal thresholds, and supports for new fishing boats building was withdrawn. And definitely the main engine capacity was limit was set. And when the fishing boat was withdrawn from the register, so the ceiling was also became lower. And during all this period, the control measures were improved, and at the end of the 90s already it was controlled through the register what kind of the licenses were issued, and so because of this documentation the capacity for catch was also set. And so the fishing boats were equipped with this technology. So also the European Fisheries Control Agency is the institution which is checking there and monitoring the levels. The last reform that has been implemented and is now on the table, and I know from first-hand experience about it, because the earlier knowledge is based on the history and documentations. But I also now participated in the negotiations, and it is the main objective to ensure the long-term sustainability of fish stock and achieve the satisfaction that the stock is in good health, and the maximum sustainable yield level would be ensured as well, also the renewal of the stocks. So by the end of 2021-22, this was a target, but know as well that there are shortcomings, not all was achieved. There was the limitation with Baltic frat and herring, and cod stock was almost collapsed. But the new plan took into consideration also the relation between the species in the sea. And if we look at the last reports from the Commission, we could see that also the flounders reserves are also critical. And that's the practical result, what is a cod reserve or stock here, and when it could be restored, it's a question mark. So it is also this card ban that was introduced in a strict way so that we would not catch more fish, and so that trawling, whatever is the choke species as well, it would be calculated in landing. And in order to adapt the capacity of the fishing opportunities, so the balance is needed in order to create economically viable fleet. And what are the sprat and herring TACs? So 2022, I just focus on the sprat and Baltic sprat and herring allowable. We have caught some cod as well, but in 2015 it was prohibited to catch cod. So from 2000 till 22. And you could see already visually here that the capacity was much higher. The rules were not followed, but in 2004 we started to match the advisable levels. And so this is a Baltic herring from the Bay of Riga was also. So in 2003 the reform was implemented and better rules were on the table. It was already agreed quotas and criteria according to which the quota was allocated. And after that, the quotas and also the scientific recommendations became more matched and stable. And here you could see the development of Sea Baltic fleet and the capacity and the availability. In order to explain the drawing here, so the individual transferable quotas were actually established in 2001. So I brought comparison picture here between 2000 till 2001, and the next stoppage point was 2004 when Estonia joined the EU, and the supports became available for our fleet. So approximately 20% after implementation of the system, the reduction of fleet took place, and that it was clear for the sector that such kind of support funds from EU came, and many of us were waiting for the supports arrive in order to undertake the reduction. So from 2005 till 2014, Estonia used actively the support measures for demolishing their fishing boats, and since then the reduction was really intensive. And when it was prohibited to support the demolition, then the capacity is increased, just matching their register allowances. And here you could see the percentages, and compared to 2000, the reduction is 87%, and also the tonnage 71%. So and then the numbers reduction is 31, and the kind of engine capacity 38%, and tonnage 39%. So it has been successful for us. So it is painful, but it's good to have the match and balance in a better way, although there's despite of the fact that there's a lot of cost there. So I would welcome questions, because we have a number of excellent colleagues and specialists from Denmark, the Commission, Sweden, and the question is that whether we need to interfere on the highest possible EU level into the management of the member states' fisheries. If the member states receive already the quotas, then the member states should trust and rely on their fisheries management and compliance, and whether we need environmentally friendly, more environmentally friendly fleet, and also whether on the European level there have to be the controls. What is the power and ceilings and the tonnage? So let's see. Right now we are trying to implement on a clear-cut, harmonized level the impacts. If we have to check the the capacity, then it's every day we have to check it. But we understand that there's no difference how many kilowatts are there. If it's allowed to catch 100 tons of fish, then we actually tell on the highest level to the fisheries that you have to rely on that only. We check that the kilowatts are not bigger and higher what have been registered on the license in order to get your 100,000 tons. I think that this is the main target, to think about it. As Soome said as well, that it's not reasonable to agree that the CFP could be carried on for the next 10 years, that there's nothing to review or look into, that we are talking about simplifications, but if we are talking about simplification, actually the result is that we are just turning on new rules and new limitations and restrictions, and those should not be reasonable and necessary for us. But so far we have just increased the number of restrictions, and member states are actually struggling with fulfilling the targets, and they do not say what to improve the Fisheries Control Agency, and but are just demanding that 100% compliance is most necessary. So what I wanted to say, is it time now to stop and reconsider what is needed in order to be more efficient, to learn from the mistakes made, and also to support our fishing fleet as well? These are the questions what we hopefully receive more answers today. Thank you. Thank you, Ain. And thank you very much. And now questions are welcome. And whether we have received via the internet. Are there also courageous hands? And my question is to you first. If we're looking at the fleet in the EU, so where is our position there? who is doing excellently and where is Estonia in the line? If you looked, I think that Estonia is doing quite well because the fishing fleet has been reduced, whatever the reason, yeah, and the quotas are quite stable today. And if I looked at the Fishing Control Agency, then and comparing with the Mediterranean and Black Sea reserves, those are overcatch and over yield. So that's why regional approach and regional differences should be overlooked. And then how old, what is the average age of the Estonian fleet? There was a picture about it or a table. So the basic number is from the Soviet time still established those. So it's close to 40 years already old. So the renewing course is needed. Yes, we have a hand here. And the microphone would be handed over to you. And the Fisheries Association, when we can expect to have new fishing boats in order not to purchase old ones from somebody else. So the Commission communication says that the energy transfer should be taken, the green movement, to the new fisheries sector as well, and the fossil fuel should be replaced by technically new. We do not see the solutions for fishing fleet today yet, but when they emerge, then we definitely follow the trend. And I tried to show also that we could learn from the previous historic support schemes and so on. And then I could advise that the fisheries themselves consider also loan money, not only waiting for the support. So another question? Valdur Noormägi from the Estonian Fisheries. So Bay of Riga, there's prohibition to enter the fishing boats there with 221 kilowatts of its power. And the scientists have established that there's no difference when it's trawling or whether it's 220 kilowatts or higher. There's no difference practically at all. This is a recommendation from the scientists, but that means for the fisheries that we have to bear the cost of also for the team members and also the power. When there will be changes for reasonable solutions. When Estonia could actually amend the EU regulations, this would not be a question just to delete such, because the yield is, if the allowed catch numbers are the limits, then there's no problem. But Estonia is not alone with this problem, and the accession negotiations had a specific point there, and that was still valid there, and we do not have sufficient support in order to delete this restriction. So I do not have any forecast when the changes come. So let's hope that in the Bay of Riga we could actually catch with one fishing boat. But what is a response to from the scientists? Are there any other barriers that could actually play a role in this limit? No nodding. More questions? Are there any questions? No. But if any more relevant questions to this presentation occur, then please write it in and we can answer later. Thank you. And the next speaker comes from the European Commission. Antonio Stamoulis is the political officer of the fisheries, and we are going to listen to his presentation via the web. And questions are welcome. And Q&A, questions and answers. Push this, ask, be courageous. And I think that Antonius is happy to mix with us. So.
Hello, everyone. Thank you very much for inviting me, giving the European Commission an opportunity to provide a short summary of the fishing fleet policy. My name is Antonio Stamoulis. I work in the Directorate General for Maritime Affairs and Fisheries, the European Commission in Brussels. And I'll give you a small and quick summary of the situation, the fleet, and the views of the Commission, of course, as requested. I will start with who. These are the flags of the 22 coastal member states that have that have a fishing fleet. The European fishing fleet, the fishing fleets, if I may say, of all the member states you see below are it's very diverse in terms of gear as well as size and of course landings. And the vessels range from under 6 meters, the very small scale fisheries, to over 75 meters, which is one of the extreme, if I may say, of the vessels we have in our fleet. I continue with why. The idea of managing the fishing fleet is to ensure a social, environmental, and economic sustainability. This is an essential part of ensuring sustainable fishing, and it's one of the main objectives of the Common Fisheries Policy. How is that? The idea is to keep a balance between the fishing fleet and the fishing opportunities, the available fishing opportunities, in other words, the fish stocks. Coming back to the previous slide, this keeps a balance between the environmental sustainability, prosperity, if I may say, the employment, which you see on the top, and the economic sustainability, ensuring prosperous livelihoods of fishers in the long term. So by keeping this balance, we ensure both sustainability and profitability of the sector in the long term. How do we do that? There are two main elements. I'm pretty sure you're all very familiar. One is the engine power of the fleet, of the fishing vessels. I will talk a lot about the fleet, about the fleet segments, about the vessels. So the two main elements, one is the engine power, which is measured in kilowatts, and the other one is the gross tonnage, the so-called GT. Other factors that we take into account is, of course, as I said earlier, the length of the fleet, the length of the vessels, as well as the age. And there can be many factors we can discuss maybe during the Q&A, but I wanted to say there are the two main factors with which we manage, and then there are other factors that we do take into account in management. Now, what happens when there is no structural balance, when there is overcapacity? the situation is not the optimal, and that's what we try to prevent. So in order to prevent overcapacity, the Common Fisheries Policy has several management tools. One is the capacity ceilings at the level of each member state. These cap the total volume and engine power of the fleet, and there are no sub-ceilings at the fleet segment level. Then there is the entry-exit scheme, where member states are responsible themselves for managing the movements of capacity in and out of the fleet. That means that whenever a new vessel is introduced, one vessel of the same the equivalent capacity should be removed, so should be decommissioned. And actually, to be precise, should be the other way around. Only when a vessel is being decommissioned, that another vessel can be introduced. Then fleet requirements at segment vessel. And last but not least, that the permanent elimination of the capacity entitlements are related to vessels decommissioned with public aid. So these are the main management tools. So how do we do that? According to the Common Fisheries Policy, the Article 22, adjustment and management of the fishing capacity, each member state needs to prepare every year by the 31st of May an annual fleet report. This fleet report must be prepared according to the guidelines that the Commission has provided. This is to facilitate that there is a common approach across the Union. So the report I was mentioning earlier must be prepared according to the Commission guidelines. And these Commission guidelines provide sets of indicators that the member states need to calculate, need to prepare, that describe the state of the fleet as regards to the available fishing opportunities. There are three types of indicators, three sets of indicators, the biological, economic, and technical indicators. The technical indicators, just to be more specific, they describe the activity of the fleet, whether a fleet is actually active, it's fishing, or whether it is not acting, whether it is stable at a port. Now, the assessment of these reports has been given by the European Commission to the Scientific, Technical and Economic Committee for Fisheries, STCF, which is an independent scientific body that is established by the European Commission. STCF meets every year, and under the expert working group balance capacity, that's how it is called, carries out its own assessment of the state of the fishing fleet of each member state, and assesses the assessments, if I may call it like this. So compares its findings with the findings of each member state. So carries out an assessment for each member state, and then compares this assessment with the assessment of the member state, and provides an advice to the Commission regarding the state of the European fleet per member state, per area, per fleet segment. Just to give you an example, some of you might be familiar. This is one member state. I don't know if any colleague could be. I have tried to hide which member state it is. It's not a secret, but just to choose one, I provide an example that a colleague might be able to identify. Feel free to say your opinion in the chat or during the question and answers. So you see the traffic light system where you see where green is there, means that the fleet segment is in balance with the fishing opportunities. Where it's red, you see that there is imbalance. Where it's gray, it means that information is not available or not provided. This is not a nice example. I didn't say whether it is a good or a bad example. It is a good example, but it's not a nice example in the sense that you see that in the different columns that appear there on the biological, economic, and vessel use, the technical indicators, you see that there is a lot of imbalance. Going to the next slide, when and how does this happen? Again, this very quickly, I don't want to provide too much technical information, but just explain that this is an annual cycle. On the 31st of May of each year, the member states submit their fleet reports. During the summer, the fleet reports are being translated into English, and they're available, all of them, in the on the Europa website of the European Commission. In October of each year, there is a preparatory meeting of the expert working group of STCF, where they are calculating the indicators for all member states. In November each year, the expert working group is meeting, where they're carrying out the assessment of all the reports. In December, the STCF expert working group report is published. And in the first quarter of each year, the Commission sends letter to the member states explaining what should be improved, what works well, what does work less well, and what actions the member state needs to take. I should clarify here that in cases where there is identified overcapacity, the member states need to prepare an action plan to with very clear time frame and time scale, I should say, and clear actions on improving the state of the fleet and fighting back this imbalance. We'll move to the next slide just to provide a quick overview of the European Fishing Fleet Register. So this is information that is public. You can access it through the Europa website again. And by accessing the fleet register, you see that there is an option for two things: the EU fleet ceilings and the summary of fleet of each member state separately. We spoke about the capacity ceilings earlier. So you can see again an example of member state X, where you see on the top there is the capacity ceiling, and in the bottom you see the actual capacity for gross tonnage. And in the next slide, there's the capacity ceiling and actual capacity in kilowatts for the engine power. Very briefly, I will provide you with a slide on the evolution of the EU fishing fleet, the capacity both in engine power as well as gross tonnage, and that you will see that the capacity has been declining steadily since the 90s. Unfortunately, the slide I'm providing you with is from 2019, so it's missing the important or interesting, I should say, information of the changes when the UK left the European Union, because you can see that there's a further reduction, of course, in the fleet, but this is the information that was currently available. I wouldn't like to share information that is not available yet on the website. Furthermore, a quick overview of the capacity by length category, which is different than the previous slide. And here you will most likely see quickly two interesting points. One is the number of vessels, and you can see that the European fishing fleet is characterized by a very high number of small vessels, 63,000, almost 64,000 in 2021, compared to the bigger vessels. This is not the case in the gross tonnage, of course, where you can clearly see in the second column that the large vessels, the gross tonnage is disproportionately bigger. And the worrying factor on the very right of the column is the average age of the fishing fleet, which we recognize that it's very high. Fleet renewal of vessels and modernization, of course, is a challenge for the future of the sector. And the member states can address that need under the common framework. So there is, as I showed earlier, a margin between the capacity ceiling, the fishing capacity ceiling, and the actual fishing capacity. Furthermore, there's public funding. The public money supports the energy transition of fisheries and aquaculture. So energy transition, of course, is part of the fleet renewal and modernization. And the EU is already putting a lot of effort into research with the Horizon Europe program and the Mission Ocean strand. But of course, research alone is not sufficient, though. And we facilitate this transfer to innovation and translation into investment by looking at the whole life cycle of technology and removing the I call it the bottlenecks that hamper the market update. So there are financial resources that exist for that, and the stakeholders, the Commission together, we must make the best use of them. So first, there is the current state aid guidelines that allow aid for engine replacement and modernization under the same conditions as in the European Maritime Fisheries and Aquaculture Fund, the MFAF. And state aid can also support innovation and technology development in fisheries as well as aquaculture. But in this case, we are discussing about fisheries. And then, since I mentioned MFAF, MFAF also allows a wide range of support measures, and some of them, like engine replacement, are subject to specific conditions to avoid unintended harmful effects on resources. So for the vast majority of actions, the rules of the fund are very flexible and allow member states to design tailor-made support schemes. Last but not least, I would like to go very quickly just to a form of announcement, although I'm pretty sure that most of you, if not all of you, will be aware of the so-called CFP package, that the Fisheries Policy package that was adopted on the 21st of February, the communication on the functioning of the Common Fisheries Policy, the Marine Action Plan that is designed to protect marine ecosystems, the Energy Transition Pact, as we call it, in EU fisheries and the aquaculture sector, and the Common Market Organization, that's the implementation of Regulation 1379 on the Common Organization of the Markets in Fishery and Aquaculture Programs. I invite you to have a look at that one as well. And with this, I would like to close my short presentation, and I welcome any questions you might have. Thank you very much.
Võime teha siin ühe suure aplausi ka.
Let's have a round of applause for Antonius.
Hello, Antonius. Are you with us?
Yes, I'm here. Hello, everyone. And I'm very happy to be here. Very sorry not to be there.
Nice to have you over. Warm greetings from Tallinn. You're welcome whenever you have time to visit us. So we would like to ask you, of course, very special questions for your great presentation. Thank you for that. And we have something that's already written down online, but I, of course, ask people to raise their hands over here and ask questions. So whenever, nii et millal iganes te siin soovite käed.
So you are welcome to ask if you have any questions.
The first question goes like this. Why is necessary to manage capacity in fleet segments where fishing activity is managed via TAC and ITQ? So this is our first one.
Very good. I will try to answer as many questions as possible, and would be very, very happy to answer questions in writing afterwards as well, because some of them I can already foresee they will be tricky. So to give a concrete answer, Fleet management, as I said during the presentation as well, indeed is taking place through fleet segments. Fleet segments are being defined through the data collection framework. The information we have on the fleet management, on the work that STCF does earlier, that feeds into the indicators we use are coming from the data collection framework, and these feed into fleet segments. ITQ is the management that works on fisheries, not the fleet itself. Of course, the two are interconnected, and together with the indicators that have been used, provided by the guidelines of the Commission, they are coupled, and with these two, we are able to see whether a fleet segment is in balance and the fleet in general is in balance or not with the fishing opportunities. So we have two different entities, and these are being assessed by the indicators that the Commission has been providing.
Thank you for your answer, and I hope that anyone who yes, there's a hand over here, so we go with the second one, and I hope that your answer gave everything that a person who asked it wanted to have. And we have one question over here, so please introduce yourself, and we hear your question.
Tere, Kaire Märtin.
I work at the Ministry of Environment. My name is Kaire Märten, and I'd like to ask about coastal fishing. Thank you for this overview. Indeed, the characteristics that you mentioned about capacity and the gross tonnage are used in the sectors where we use active nets, trawlers, but at the European Union, the fishing fleets are very different, and there are different fishing equipments. Fishing gear is different. In Estonian coastal fishing, passive nets are used. So in this sense, the gross tonnage and main engine capacity is not important. So why does the Commission still consider it important that the fleet ceilings are still applied in the sectors where passive gear is used? Thank you. Thank you for the question.
Did you hear everything? And you got the question?
I heard everything in a language I do not recognize, and I don't know if it's a problem from my end, if I can use a translation, but I don't see to the system, to be honest. So sorry for that. I was very carefully listening in a language I do not recognize. So sorry.
Okay, so this was my concern, that whether you had the translation or not. But we can come again really short.
Maybe that's why I look happy.
Yeah, we have plenty of time, no worries, and we can come again, and maybe now in English and just a shorter version of this.
So let's try in English. Well, my question was...
Yes.
Yeah, okay. Well, for me, how it looks like that these characteristics like kilowatts and GTs, these mostly describe the active fishing, the fishing fleet which uses active gear. But for example, in Estonia, a lot of passive gear is used, mostly in the coastal fisheries. And when the passive gears are used, the kilowatts are not important in order to describe the fleet, because the fishing, how much you can fish, it depends on the number of the fishing gear you are using, not the size of the engine of the boat. So my question is, why Commission finds important still to keep these ceilings also for the fleet which uses passive gear? Thanks.
Thank you. Suur tänu.
I will be clear. The rules are common for all member states. And it has been decided to use the two characteristics that define the fleet, being not only the power, not only the kilowatts, but also the gross tonnage. So it can be argued indeed that kilowatts are more relevant for active fishery, maybe for fishing vessels which are larger in size as well, that require high engine capacity. But at the same time, we have the gross tonnage. And the gross tonnage also covers small-scale fisheries. It reflects well the size of the vessel. It reflects well the storage of the vessel. And it might be that there is a passive gear that indeed does not require engine capacity for towing a gear, for example, but then there is auxiliary engine that is also being used to handle the net. So it is a combination of both. We don't like to call it as a one-size-fits-all solution, but that's the reason why we have the two characteristics that come in together, that they cover. Ideas for alternative characteristics are most welcome to come to us, but at the time we're not considering changing any of these two characteristics. But we're always happy to hear your views and definitely your concerns and any ideas, constructive ideas that our stakeholders and member states could have to improve the management of the fleet.
Thank you. And we have another one coming from the venue. And this time it's Siim. Here you go. Yes.
Yes, thank you very much. And thank you for the interesting presentation. My question is related to many of the previous ones. Actually, I think that one of the things that's wrong with the Common Fisheries Policy is that often exactly the policy of trying to impose very similar rules across the member states, whereas the fishing systems themselves are relatively different. So trying to take into account these differences and the possibilities that are different across member states would, in my view, not sort of dissolve the common part of the fisheries policy, but rather would enable the different fishing systems being kind of living together. And now the question for me is actually more connected to renewal of the fishing vessels, because I think that we've heard here today that very often, and also it's mentioned actually in the Commission's own communication, that very often the new fishing vessels and more environmentally friendly fishing vessels would also need, let's say, larger capacities in certain terms, at least when it comes to the size of the ships themselves. And also we know that many of these technologies are relatively new and not being tested heavily. And I think there is some financing for the research and development, whereas I see lots of gaps when it comes to scalability of the technology as such. So this is, I think, a common challenge. But I think that Commission itself has also referred that there is quite a big gap when it comes to the size of ships and the capacities. But that's not the case in all the member states, because in our case, for example, we're lacking kilowatts especially, but also the gross tonnage in quite many of the segments in order to renew the ships. So let's say some flexibility on Commission's part when it comes to the rules on one hand, and on the other also the rules for financing would be very welcome, because otherwise it would be extremely difficult to find ways in supporting renewal of fishing vessels in an environmentally friendly mode. As it has been also said that in the communication that it's a very costly event, and the fisheries sector, while not being, let's say, completely devoid of different financial instruments, still relatively lack these possibilities from both the MFF. We made actually on behalf of Estonia a proposal to Commission to, let's say, create more flexible rules when it comes to financial instruments and using loan money for a renewal of fishing vessels, but still it was refused from the final compromise text. So right now I think that we are lacking a little bit there to create this, let's say, big jump when it comes to the Green Deal goals and the necessity to become more environmentally friendly. So this is something where we would, it's rather a comment maybe than a question, but if you can open it a little bit, that we feel certainly that the flexibility we currently have is not enough in order to make this sort of a big jump. And then we should look at both the Common Fisheries Policy regulations as well as the MFAF rules in order to enable that in a better way. So, thanks.
Thank you. So, flexibility and funding, what's your view on that?
Thank you very much. Very many interesting points that were raised by the colleague. I will answer back with a few thoughts. We listen, we understand, we recognize the issues. There's a small contradiction here. On one hand, the Commission wants to be equal towards all member states. We want to simplify things. And one way of simplifying is to simplify management of things, to make things more straightforward, to apply common rules for everyone. At the same time, life is not simple, and simplifying things might create questions and I'm thinking I have to say that, might leave people feeling disappointed. There are several rules that are there in place, not rules, excuse me, tools I wanted to say that are there in place. Regionalization, trying to make things more specific, trying to have lessons learned from one area to another, trying to specialize management, if I may say, in terms of regions. The work of the advisory councils, driven by the stakeholders, by the people who do the job, by the people who are there, the sector itself, the NGOs. We are listening to the advisory council. Then regarding our rules, fleet renewal is also important for safety. It is important for the regeneration, I'm thinking of the right word, renewal not only of the fleet, but also of fishers. We see that fishers working on the European vessels are becoming, unfortunately, they're aging. We need new people to work on that. And we are very much aware that all vessels are not being attractive. Fisheries in general is not an attractive place for people to work. Having said that, there are new factors that come into play. The war in the Ukraine, the increase in fuel prices. These are all drivers, as well as the climate. Colleagues in the Baltic Sea, there in Estonia, you know very well that the situation is very difficult due to a number of factors, including environmental factors. All these are things we take into account. Therefore, the CFP communication, but also the pact on the energy transition is important. The rules are there. We often understand from the member states that the rules might not be understood very well. We've heard recently in a visit in one of the member states, in the Netherlands in particular, that the member state apparently had a different understanding of the rules than the stakeholders did. And this was apparently one of the reasons why the funding was not picked up as fast as we and the stakeholders and the member state would like. We need to communicate this better. We are here, we listen, we're ready to answer to your questions. Please reach out, please use the channels, the available channels, and please keep contacting us And we do take note of your concerns regarding the feeling that there is an absence of flexibility in the rules. It should be made clear that the rules there are also to safeguard the environment and safeguard the livelihood of fishers in the long term. Because allowing an increasing fishing capacity, even if it is, no matter if it is through the engine power increase or the gross tonnage, will affect the fishing capacity of the fleet. And that will affect the state of the ecosystem, which is something that we need to always take into account, because unfortunately, without fish, there won't be any fishers.
Thank you for your answer. And do we have more questions over here? I'll just quickly check if we have something online. Well, I have one, if you don't mind. How we could attract younger people and people to kind of become fishermen? Because you said, well, fishing is not an industry where it's not too nice to work. I don't agree on that. I think it's a really nice place where to work, at least it seems so. But how would you attract younger people and more people to fishing industry?
Yeah, that's the €1 million question we could provide an answer to. It goes through a number of factors, as I said before. Increasing attractiveness comes through increasing the working conditions, increasing the safety that come together, comes through the income, of course. And the fleet is actually the vessel that works for this transition. We are coming up with a number of ideas to mobilize younger people becoming fishers. Training and lifelong training and investment in fishing schools that unfortunately not all member states are having. Providing good stories that are there from fishers that have been identified in various member states, giving motives for financial motives for young fishers to obtain their own fishing vessels through the MFAF are just a few examples. But we also know that the job of fisher is something that is very often being transferred together with the knowledge within a family from the grandfather to the father, from the father to the son, from the son to the grandson.
That's true. Thank you. Ja, kas meil on veel siin saalis? Ja, meil üks.
Do you have any more questions?
Coming up in this venue. So do we have a proper microphone to give her? Okay, yeah, go ahead.
Yes, if I may. Hello, my name is Kristi Ilves. I'm from the Ministry of Rural Affairs, from the Department of Fisheries Economics. I would also thank you for the overview and different points you made out. But I also like to give my view on one issue that is also related to previous points made by Kaire about the coastal fleet and also the concerns that Siim made. You mentioned the annual report of the fishing fleet as the important document that every member state have to submit every year, and about the estimation that looks in the face from the paper whether the fleet of the member state is balanced or not. In case of trawling sector in Estonia, the segment is balanced, structurally balanced, and profitable, it's not an issue. But in case of coastal fleet, I would like to point out that there are many other aspects also in fisheries that throw the balance in one direction or another, and it's not only the economical view, or it's a bit connected with it. For example, only the EU regulated species are taken into account in balance indicators, but in coastal fleet there are also many other non-regulated species that the fleet is targeting, and also those species are very, very important for the coastal community, for their income and living standard. And that's why the composition of the species is composed with different species, and not taking this account won't show the balance. So my point is here that maybe the methodology of the balance indicator should be overviewed, to taking into account those aspects that might in general violate balance in a negative direction, but are still important for the community. Thank you.
Thank you. Suur tänu. So, the comment with question. So what's your view on that, please, Antonius?
I was about to say point taken. Thank you very much. It is a valid point, and I suspect I understand which indicator you refer to. My understanding is that you refer to an environmental indicator that is then affecting balance also in the on the economic side of the fleet. I wouldn't say happy to hear that, but thank you for sharing this with us. Well noted. I would like to say that we are in close contact with the STCF, the Scientific Technical Economic Committee for Fisheries, and the experts there, and we do discuss such issues that come also from the experts that have been noted about possible shortcomings that can be that there might be coming from the indicators that are being used. We do collect this information. Currently, we don't see a reason, and we're not ready to review the methodologies applied for the indicators. But we take well note of your point, as well as points that have been raised by in other occasions. And we are looking into this, I have to say. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you. And we have one more online. So the question goes like that. Has the Commission found in their evaluations any needs to renew or improve the fleet policy?
It's a tricky question. It's linked to my previous answer. As stated in the Common Fisheries Policy communication that was recently published, we are not renewing or changing anything currently as regards to the fleet management, to the fleet policy. We consider that it works well. There can always be improvement, and for this we are in contact with our stakeholders. We do listen to your concerns, and we do take note of the input that you provide us with. But for the time being, there's no such intention to make changes in the fleet policy.
But maybe after today.
Maybe after today.
Yeah, thank you. So, do we have any more questions on the venue? If we don't, then I'll just quickly check whether we have something online. And yeah, we are really, really happy that you had your time with us, Antonius. And I can say that Estonia welcomes you whenever you have time. Come over to Tallinn and anywhere else in Estonia. So thank you very much, and I hope that we can send some questions or comments later on to you as well, if that's fine.
Absolutely, absolutely. My email address is on the last slide of the presentation. I was very happy to present and answer the questions that were asked. I hope that my answers were satisfactory to your expectations, and I'm looking forward to follow the next of the presentations. Thank you.
Thank you. Have a great day, Antonius Stamoulis.
You too. Thank you very much.
Suur tänu ja meie saame minna.
So thank you very much, and we could proceed with our presentations. So before the lunch break, we have the last presentation, and this is from Iceland. This is Ragnar Árnason, and he will speak on the inadvisability of capital restrictions on the individual quota systems. So we'll listen to him, and then please prepare your questions.
Good afternoon, everyone, both those present in this meeting place and those remotely connected. Gives me a great pleasure to be here at this Baltic Fisheries Forum. I should say right at the outset that I'm speaking as a scientist, more precisely a fisheries economic scientist. I have no vested interest in fisheries, not in European fisheries, Estonian fisheries, or other fisheries. I have no links to political parties or administrations. I speak here purely as a scientist, as objectively as I possibly can. And you may gather from the title of my talk which is on the inadvisability of capital restrictions under individual quota regimes, that I will be critical of the idea of controlling fishing capital in ITQ managed fisheries, and I will even be critical of having capital restrictions as a management tool in general, even when you don't have individual quotas. So let me continue here. Little background or a preface. The EU Common Fisheries Policy contains various stipulations about controlling fishing capital, and we've been hearing about that this morning. So I don't have to go into that very much. But among other things, this policy imposes fishing capacity ceilings along various dimensions on each member country, and that means that these member countries must impose capital restrictions on their fishes. And in this talk, I will try to review what science, especially fisheries economic science, has to say about such policies in general, especially under ITQ and IQ management regimes. More precisely, I'm going to discuss, first of all, the fisheries problem and the remedy to that problem. This is a necessary background because we cannot really appreciate the inadvisability of capital restrictions unless we understand the fundamental problem that these capital restrictions are designed to deal with. Then I will explain that individual quotas and individual transferable quotas lead to the optimal fishing capital, subject to the total allowable catches that are being set by the authorities. And that's really, really important. And then I will I'm going to say just a few words about the cost of capital restrictions. Because if we impose capital restrictions on a reasonably well-managed fishery, then that implies costs. Because those capital restrictions, if they are binding at all, will move the capital composition of the fishery from what is optimal to some inferior point. And that entails costs, economic costs, and therefore also social costs. Because social well-being and economic well-being or economic production are closely connected. And finally, I will summarize my main conclusions. So, just about the fisheries problem. The fisheries problem stems from the fact that fish stocks usually, almost invariably, are common natural resources in the sense that they're accessible to more than one user. It's not an individual resource, it's a common resource, just like the atmosphere. And that is almost always the situation with fisheries, unless we have a situation, usually in a lake, where there is one owner of the entire lake. And this means that one fish's harvest reduces the fishing opportunities for all other fishes. So when one fisher goes out and harvests, he will reduce the stock size and therefore the fishing opportunities of all the other fishes. And this means, in economic terms, that are, I think, fairly common today in other professions, that fishing is subject to a serious production externality. It is not a minor production externality, it's a serious one. It's a major problem. And this is what we call in the profession of fisheries economists the fundamental stock externality in fishing. And this is the source of the well-known fisheries problems around the world. This is also sometimes referred to as the common property problem, which is a problem that afflicts many natural resources, including the atmosphere. And it's sometimes even called the tragedy of the commons, because this problem, for instance, in fisheries, can lead to a complete devastation of fish stocks. So, if this problem, this fundamental externality problem in fisheries is left untreated, it leads to excessive investment in fishing capital. Fishing capital will be too great. An excessive application of fishing capital, we call that fishing effort. And the excessive application of fishing capital also means negative, generally speaking, negative environmental impacts. It leads to depressed fish stocks, even beyond the point of collapse. And the associated negative ecosystem impacts, which is another type of environmental impacts. The ecosystem will become distorted. And the entire fishery will produce very little or even no net economic surplus. So there are no net benefits that can be extracted from this kind of a fishery, even if, technically speaking, a very large amount of net economic benefits is attainable. All of these things have been conclusively shown theoretically and amply verified by experience all over the world in all fisheries people have looked at. These results are extremely well established scientifically. So just to illustrate this graphically, let's look at this diagram with values in admittedly US dollars along the vertical axis and the application of capital or fishing effort along the horizontal axis. And in a diagram of this kind, we can draw what is called here sustainable revenues, which is basically sustainable harvest in the long run for any given level of application of capital, multiplied by the price of fish, and that gives us sustainable revenues. The income, the gross income from fishing. But we have to subtract costs, and the cost would look something like this: an increasing function, increasing graph, fishing costs, and at a certain point, there will be equality between costs and revenues. And this is the equilibrium poorly managed fisheries will converge to. Unmanaged and poorly managed fisheries will converge to. Fisheries under which the fundamental stock externality has not been corrected for. And we call it the unmanaged fishery equilibrium. Zero profits. However, it's totally obvious from this diagram that the fishery could be operating at a much lower effort level, fishing effort level, where there is a substantial economic surplus coming from the fisheries. And this economic surplus is also a social gain, because higher net income gives social benefits, and it also means that the fishermen will be well paid, probably very well paid, which will solve the problem of trying to attract young people to the fishery. In my own country, Iceland, we have had very well managed fisheries for about 30 years, and becoming a fisherman is a very attractive proposition, not only because the working conditions are reasonably good, but primarily because the income levels are probably 2 or 3 times the normal manual labor income levels in Iceland. So this is the essence of the problem. We tend to converge to the unmanaged fishery equilibrium as long as we don't deal with the fundamental stock externality problem. This cannot be avoided by capital controls at all. They will just make the fishery less efficient without generating any sustainable net economic surplus. If anything, the net economic surplus seen from the perspective of society will go down, because it will be costly to manage and enforce the capital restrictions. No more income net income in the fishery. So what is the magnitude of this fisheries problem? Just to get this into perspective. In 2012, according to a World Bank study that was published in 2017 and is available on the internet, the overall global loss in marine fisheries due to the stock externality was about $83 billion. This is a large number. It was in that year only slightly less than total development assistance from the industrialized world to the developing world. Looking at this at a slightly lower scale, a typical marine fishery, for instance, fishery of Iceland, Denmark, and others, with about 1 million metric tons of annual harvest, the annual losses due to this stock externality would be about $1 billion if left untreated. Meaning that if you deal with the stock externality, you will gain as a net economic surplus about $1 billion. And knowing almost nothing about the Estonian fisheries, but looking up the level of catches, I would guess that in Estonia, the attainable economic profits every year from this fishery, net economic surplus that can be used for good things, increasing the incomes of fishermen, etc., could be between 50 and 70 million US dollars. I don't know how much you're making today. Hopefully you are making a substantial part of that gain. After all, you have ITQ fisheries, which usually increase profits substantially. Now, to deal with the fundamental fisheries problem that I described earlier, governments in the past, over the past 50 years or so, have resorted to various ill-advised methods. Why? Because they didn't have the knowledge, and the science of fisheries economics was not sufficiently well advanced, 30, 50, 70 years ago, to give correct advice. So they resorted to ill-advised methods, basically looking at the sustainable fisheries diagram I had earlier and saying, this is too much effort, too much capital, let's reduce the capital, let's reduce the effort. So capital controls were a part of these ill-advised methods, controlling vessel length, vessel tonnage, vessel power, shape of vessels, and the number of vessels. Quite similar to what we heard from Antonius before. These methods were totally ineffective in restoring net economic surplus from the fishery. Totally ineffective. This is not only a theoretical result, totally predictable, but also an empirical result. And we see it in fisheries that are poorly managed, not on individual quotas or similar methods, and subject to capital controls. They are not doing they're not doing well economically, and the fishermen are poor. But it is possible, in defense of capital controls, that they may have had a positive effect on biomass, mainly by making fishing more expensive. Because if you force the fishery from their optimal capital level and composition, you will make it more expensive to harvest. And if you make it more expensive, there will be less overall fishing effort and less harvest, and therefore possibly fish stocks may be protected. But there are much better methods to control or maintain fish stocks. Even just effort controls would be better than capital controls, because capital controls have a long-term negative effect. Capital in fishing lasts for decades, 20 years easily, even up to 50 years. I just noticed from the presentation from the Commission that the average age of many vessel groups was 30, 40 years. Average, with many vessels even much more older. So, with capital controls, you distort the capital composition of the fishery from what is optimal, and that is going to have a long-term effect, because you have to unwind it over time. So, now I come to some important results in economics. So this is more like economic theory, but I hope this is going to be intuitively understandable. There is always an optimal level of externality causing activity. Remember what I said earlier, that the fundamental problem of fisheries is that one fish's harvest has an external effect on all the other fishes by reducing the fish stock. So this is a negative externality. And we cannot avoid this as long as the fish stocks are common. But there is an optimal level of this externality causing activity. And that's important. There is an optimal level. And it should be obvious that it's optimal. There must be some least bad level of this externality causing activity. And the second result is that if we impose the appropriate price for the externality causing activity, this price will automatically produce the optimal level referred to in the first point. So if there's an appropriate price for that activity, just as if there is an appropriate price for goods and commodities, then they will be produced and consumed in the right amount. And the externality producing activity in fishing will be reduced to its optimal level. third point is probably the most difficult to understand. By establishing the appropriate property rights, some people like to call them user rights, in fisheries, will produce this appropriate price. So if we make the resource, or at least the extraction from the resource, in some sense, a private property right or a user right, then it will result in the appropriate price. Just like if we have private property in goods, we can trade them in the marketplace and there will be a price in the marketplace. And if the market works perfectly, the price will be correct. It will give the right signals to all participants in the economy. I realize I'm starting to talk like Milton Friedman. On my way here, I looked at some Wikipedia information about Estonia, and apparently you were influenced by his teachings when you became independent from Russia and started to reorganize your society. All for the good, because he was a very, very good economist. So these three things, they are crucial, they're quite abstract, but they belong to the set of accepted economic knowledge. No economist would seriously question these assertions. This is well-known facts in economics. Now we move to individual transferable quotas. They are examples of these property rights or user rights in fisheries. But these user rights are not in the resource, they are in extraction, or the volume of extraction from the resource. And this is crucial. If correctly administered and sufficiently enforced, ITQs provide the appropriate adjustment to the stock externality. Correctly administered, I mean the correct total allowable catches set, sufficiently enforced, so 95 at least, 97, 98% enforcement, because there is always an incentive to exceed one's personal quota, just as there is always an incentive for people to get away with a little tax evasion or a little theft, things like that. So we need enforcement, and we need the correct TSE to get to full optimality. Then ITQs provide the appropriate adjustment to the stock externality, will generate the optimal level of the externality causing stock externality in fishing. Note just about ITQs, they do not remove the stock externality. It's still there. They just create the appropriate response to the stock externality. And also, I mentioned this before, ITQs are property rights in harvesting volume. They're not property rights in fish stocks or ocean habitat. So they're different from farming property rights. In farming, you have property rights in the land and in the soil. So you can control those things to maximize your income and well-being. Sadly, in fisheries, we don't have that technology yet, so we have to be satisfied with individual quotas and individual transferable quotas that are simply property rights in extraction, in fishing. So ITQ holders individually will not improve the ocean habitat. Collectively, they might find it in their interest, but individually, they do not have that incentive. So ITQs have become very widely used around the world. You probably know this. From almost nothing in the 1970s, they come up to about, 27, 28 million metric tons out of a global marine harvest of some 82, 85 million metric tons. And if you look at this diagrammatic history, you'll see this is almost an S-curve. It grows first faster and faster, and then it starts to level off. And it's beginning to level off. because most of the nations in the world that are sufficiently well advanced to be able to run ITQ systems have already done so. Many of these nations are in Europe. So currently ITQs are employed by over 30 fishing nations in the world, and they account for close to 30% of the global marine catch. So they're common. And the experience with ITQs is uniformly good, or almost uniformly. There have been maybe a couple of cases where ITQs have not worked very well, and that's usually because they're not sufficiently enforced. So, fundamental theorem ITQs. Under appropriately operated ITQs, fishers and fishing companies will invest in the socially optimal fishing capital. And why is this? The easiest way to see this is that if you have individual quotas, they don't even have to be transferable. If you have individual quotas, and a few people have already mentioned this morning, you, especially if these quotas are reasonably permanent or for long lasting, you as an individual will decide to use the level and composition of fishing capital that minimizes your cost of harvesting this volume of fish. And that is the optimal level of capital. And you will look at all the dimensions of fishing capital, not only power or vessel size or tonnage. You'll also think about the equipment. You'll think about the shape of the vessel, and all of these things depend on where you plan to apply your vessel. And this is one of the reasons why the Common Fisheries Policy is so mistaken, when it thinks that a common set of capital restrictions can apply across the Union. That is not going to work because conditions are different in different countries and different regions. So this optimality of capital investment under ITQs is with respect to all the key dimensions of fishing capital. The quantity of fishing capital, the composition of the fishing capital, the quality of the capital, etc., etc., etc. This is just, under ITQs, fishing companies are just as likely to invest correctly as any other industry. And we don't have capital controls in land-based European industries. In those areas, the Commission believes that the industries are going to invest correctly. So why not in fisheries when you have ITQs, or IQs even? So this result about the optimal investment under ITQs, theoretically proven by a number of publications. Here are some, empirically verified also by the experience of numerous ITQ countries. In these countries, including Estonia, according to what we heard this morning, fleets have spontaneously contracted without being forced to contract. Holders of ITQs have simply decided that it's a good idea to reduce excessive fleets. But at the same time, in some of these fisheries, vessel tonnage has increased. And that's a good thing, because that's the optimal direction of investment in those particular fisheries. For instance, to achieve some environmental benefits and better working conditions for the crew. Point is, as before, individual companies, individual fishers know best what is the optimal capital for their operation. And they will do what is socially optimal under ITQs or IQs. And these results are the reason why there are no capital restrictions. I repeat, no capital restrictions in most advanced ITQ fisheries in the world. I'm talking about New Zealand, Iceland, USA, and Canada. So why does the European Union, or European Commission, retain this obsolete, inappropriate method of capital controls in their member countries that already have IQs or ITQs? Why? Ask these questions, Antonius, call them tricky questions before. Yeah? And they are very tricky because there is no good answer. So, we have reached the conclusion that under ITQs, fishing capital restrictions are unnecessary. They're redundant. But it's more than that, because the optimal capital structure is multidimensional. It's not just 2 or 3 dimensions. Tonnage, power in kilowatt hours, length, things like that. Many, many dimensions of fishing capital. And the optimal level of fishing capital depends on numerous factors. The environment, the distance to the fishing grounds, port facilities, size of the fish stocks, operating conditions, capital access costs, fish prices, fish processing structure. You know, the marketing conditions and processing conditions have an impact on the optimal capital structure of fisheries. The nature of the company itself. You know, individual companies under different individual owners will have different optimal levels of capital. Risk, of course, and the owner's attitude to risk. And then it's not only today that counts here. As I mentioned before, it's future factors. So when you invest in capital or decide to retain capital, it is something that you decided because you have a certain vision of the future. You have a certain prediction about future conditions. And no one is better qualified to predict the future than those who have invested their lives and money in their own company. They have the right incentives. Very, very important. Governments cannot determine the optimal capital structure. It's impossible for them. They do not have the necessary information. It's impossible because the necessary information is down to a very small levels. They cannot have that information. And even if they had the information, they wouldn't be able to respond quickly enough or flexibly enough, as we discussed this morning. And the third factor, you know, I have to mention it. Government employees do not have the right or appropriate incentives. They are doing this as work, they get salaries, doesn't matter very much whether they get it wrong or right. So they don't have the right incentives. Totally different for owners of fishing companies or even individual small-scale fishers. So how can you believe this will work? I wonder. I realize I'm getting a little bit excited, but I'm trying to be an objective scientist. So the government will make errors. The capital controls will be wrong capital controls. So under ITQs, fishing capital restrictions are not only unnecessary, they are economically damaging. So, and as I said before, capital restrictions distort the capital structure away from its most optimal. So they got it wrong this year, and that means it's going to have a long-term negative impact because of the durability of capital. So what is the cost of fishing capital restrictions? Unfortunately, we don't have many empirical studies of this for some reason. It would be a nice research project for the European Union to fund a study of the cost of fishing capital restrictions. How about that? A few studies that I found are mentioned there. And the cost, and it's pretty obvious, the cost of capital restrictions depends on the restrictions relative to what is optimal. So to estimate these costs, if we did a research study of this nature, we would have to study the fishery, especially find out about the profit function of the fishery, net results function. And then we would have to estimate the optimal level of capital and find the resulting profits from that particular model. And then we would have to do the same calculation for the restricted capital level, wherever the restriction is. And the difference is the cost of capital restrictions. And this is a big, big task. And it should be obvious to you, even from my own talk, that we cannot do this except very inaccurately, very roughly, get a rough idea. But it's easy to construct realistic examples of quite high cost. And I took the effort in preparing for this talk to do something like this. So here's a diagram I'm using. On the vertical axis, we have profits divided by the maximum profits. So I had a little model, reasonable model of our fishery, based on real fisheries. So along the vertical axis, profits divided by maximum profits. So the maximum profit is 1. You know, the maximum there along this axis is 1, where actual profits are equal to the maximum attainable profits. And along the horizontal, I have capital restrictions. With 1 is no restrictions. And this is not a question of less or more, really. It's just a deviation in the capital controls from what is optimal. So we can have a deviation upwards, just as downwards. And from my calculation, I got this diagram. And you can see from the diagram that if we move the capital restrictions down to roughly, 0.35, the profits in the fishery will become 0 or even negative. So it's possible with capital restrictions to end the fishery, make it totally unprofitable. Numbers, loss in attainable profits, if capital is 10% too little, so the restriction is 10% less than the optimal, then that means, in this very simplified model, 6% loss. And I think this is indicative. Maybe the true number is 3% or 9% or something like that, but it has a significant impact on profits. To get the capital restrictions 10% wrong, which is little. And the other numbers are like that. I don't have time to go through that. But conclusions right here, just to summarize, as I promised. 3 points. Under a reasonable ITQ management regime, a reasonable is, it's sufficiently well enforced and the TSCs are not totally outrageous. Fishing capital restrictions are at best unnecessary, most likely harmful. It's not that they are just unnecessary, they're most likely harmful, even quite harmful, as my little example showed. Even if you have weak management, you don't have individual quotas, you have something else. Capital constraints are probably worse than nothing, except when stock collapse threatens. Worse than nothing because they don't produce any increase in net economic benefits, and they cost money to implement, and they distort capital in the long run. So that's why they're worse than nothing. When stock collapse threatens, it's much better to restrict the application of capital rather than the capital itself. Reduce fishing effort, reduce fishing days or something. Don't touch capital. Finally, final point, restrictions on fishing capital can only be justified as a last resort when superior fisheries management methods are not available. If I would be asked to make a guess, I think the European Union is retaining capital restrictions because they have used these methods for such a long time. And they have not adjusted this methodology to the new reality of wide use of individual quotas and individual transferable quotas in the European Union. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ragnar. Here you go.
Thank you, thank you.
Thank you very much for a nice presentation. And if you're happy with, we could ask you some questions just before lunchtime, right?
Well, I'm a university professor. I never answer questions. Never.
Oh, yeah. This is so true, I believe. Do we have, kas meil on küsimusi siinsamas saalis? Tõstke julgelt oma käsi, andke märku. So questions are very welcome right now because we do want to hear your thoughts My just a short comment is that are you not planning on going for EU Commission work? Like you had such thoughts, and maybe you can just solve some problems in a click, like right away.
Yeah, well, I hear the pay is good, much higher than my usual academic pay. But to be realistic, I think a single person, even a commissioner, doesn't have much power, because power in the European Union is widely spread, and if you want to change anything drastic, you need to have supporters, you need to convince people and things like that. So for me, this would be hard work for a number of years, but you know, there might be a pay that would tempt me.
Yeah, never say never. Thank you. So we have one question over here coming, just a second. Meil on siis esimene küsimus saalist, palun.
Yeah, hello Ragnar. Thank you very much for this presentation. It was very nice to hear a person who can tell what he thinks. It's not always true about, let's say, government of officials or even people in universities. I firstly wanted to ask you why European Commission or Europe or we still keep this, but at the end of your presentation, I understood that you also don't know why we really do that. But my question will be about Icelandic fisheries in this sense that you, I suppose, don't have all these regulations. I'm not saying stupid regulations because maybe I am stupid, but because of these regulations. So is Icelandic fisheries really as efficient as it can be because you don't have these restrictions, or there is something to improve also in Iceland about your fleet?
Thank you.
Oh, thank you for the question. Icelandic fisheries are extremely efficient. They are not as efficient as they could be because the ITQ system is not as perfect as it could be. Mainly two reasons. There is no guarantee that individual quota holders in Iceland will hold these quotas indefinitely for the next 50 years. And secondly, the government has decided to tax these quotas. So the incentive to do the right thing has been slightly reduced. And also there are some restrictions on the transferability. But there are no restrictions on capital investment in Icelandic fisheries. And all Icelandic fisheries, so virtually all of them, are ITQ managed, 99%, something like that. And So the Icelandic government did away with all the previous capital restrictions. They had various restrictions, even length restrictions, resulting in bows being cut off with fishing vessels and all the distortions like that. That is all gone. And the quota holders in the demersal fisheries, cod, haddock, these species, they reduced their fishing capital hugely on their own, no supports whatsoever, from about 2,000 vessels in 1990 to about 300 to 400 vessels today. At the same time, there has been an expansion in the pelagic fleet, which is also operating under ITQs. Why? Because the technology of fishing demanded bigger vessels, much more powerful vessels than we used to have. So those were invested in. So this would be an example where typical European capital restrictions on fishing would have stopped the Icelandic fishing fleet from being able to exploit these new pelagic fishing opportunities in the North Atlantic, including mackerel.
Good example and good answer, thank you. We have another one coming from our venue. Ja, palun.
Well, thank you. Kaira Martin from the Ministry of the Environment. Well, thank you for the presentation. You made us very clear that capacity ceilings are completely redundant and even harmful for the economy. However, I just wanted to say that in EU, a lot of financial support has been involved for the fleet. And therefore, we cannot say that this is completely economically driven environment.
Yep.
And therefore there is a price to pay, and as Dane said, sometimes you have to swallow the camels. Well, I just wanted to ask you your opinion as a fisheries economist, how necessary and how important it is to give the incentives via the financial support for the fleet, for the renewal and things like that. Thank you.
Okay, when the environment is providing the right incentives to any operation, including fishing, and when I say the environment, I mean technological conditions, natural conditions, and economic conditions, then it's easy to show and well known in economics that subsidies, supports, or taxation will move the activity away from what is optimal. That is almost inevitable. Having said that, it is possible to design supports that do not affect behavior. So these would be like, in economics you talk about lump sum gifts, something like that. Some supports that do not depend on whether you fish or not, or how you fish, things like that, in fisheries. I hope this is reasonably clear. It's possible, but it's possible theoretically. In reality, it's very, very difficult. So I would say that from the perspective of economic efficiency, maximizing the gross domestic product, something like that, subsidies are generally a bad idea. They could be justified for social reason. You want to support some social group, just like the welfare system, which is a system of subsidies. You support poor people, disadvantaged people. And you do that because you gain more socially than you lose economically. So those are my qualifications, but I would say those who want to subsidize or tax should justify their position. The burden of proof is on them, not vice versa.
Thank you. Ja meil on üks küsimus ka tulnud interneti kaudu. Siin veel tõuseb üks käsi, katsume hakkama saada. So we have one online which says, could ITQs work in mixed fisheries?
Absolutely, absolutely. This was one of the questions that were posed very early on in the history of ITQs in, let's say, the 1980s. And it turned out that ITQs have been applied in a lot of mixed fisheries with great results. But when you have mixed fisheries, that in the sense that the boat goes out and catches more than one species, which is typical for demersal fisheries, not so typical in pelagic fisheries, which are more selective. Then you need ITQs for each of the main species. So you need to set TSE for species 1, species 2, species 3, etc. And then the fleet will select the species to the limits of technology, depending on the price of the ITQs. So when the harvesting is approaching the total allowable catch for one species, or it's predicted that before the end of the year there will be, shortage of quotas, the price of these quotas goes up. And what does that mean for the fishing operator? He is now facing a higher cost of harvesting fish of that particular species. Because when he harvests, he loses the corresponding quota. And if that is a high price, then it's a highly costly thing to do. With the result that with ITQs in multi-species fisheries, the selectivity of the fishing fleet has improved greatly.
Thank you. And we have one question over there, please.
Yes, it's Marco Frederiksen from Eurofish International Organization. Thank you for a very good talk. I would like to ask, there's a wish to reduce the CO2 pollution in the fisheries in general, be more environmental friendly. How do you see this compared to ITQ? Because it's probably not the most economically good solution just for the single fisherman. So how can you manage this, for instance, in Iceland?
Okay, first of all, under ITQs, well-managed ITQs, if you start with an overcapitalized, excessive fishing effort fishery, under that regime you will reduce the number of vessels, you will reduce fishing effort, so that automatically reduces the CO2 emissions. If you're not happy with that reduction, which seems to be the case in the world today, you need to apply economic theory to induce the fishers to reduce CO2 more. One way to do that is to impose a charge on CO2 emissions. You know, that's what I called before Pigovian corrective tax or price. And that would be set by the authorities. A better method would be to give out individual quotas for CO2 emissions, as Europe has done in some areas, power generation, for instance, and allow the industries to share these quotas, trade them between themselves. In which case, there would be a price for the quotas, and emission of CO2 would then mean that you have to incur that price. You have to suffer that price. So that would, in the case of the fishing fleet, reduce fishing effort probably, and also induce them to search for technologies that emits less CO2. In Iceland now, there's a lot of talk of using advanced technology to reduce CO2 emissions in the fishing fleet, including using electricity to power the fishing vessels, or some hydro, what is it called? Hydrogen? Hydrogen fuel, which we can produce fairly environmentally friendly in Iceland.
Thank you. And I guess as our lunch is waiting, do we have more questions right now, or we can just during the lunch break? Okay, we have one coming over there. Yeah, thank you. Please.
Hello, sorry for keeping you here, not to having lunch
problem.
already, but
Our
I just
pleasure.
have to ask, Kristi Ilves from the Ministry of Rural Affairs. You mentioned in your statements and also in many slides that the essence of achieving the optimal level is also lies also in the correctly enforced system that is sufficiently administered and so on. Can you open up a bit? What do you mean by that? Does it by any means mean the overwhelming control system, or what is the mix of different means to achieve the base for that?
Aha. Yeah, good question for clarification. First of all, if you have something like quotas, transferable or non-transferable, you need, for them to have the intended effect, you need to enforce them, to stop people from harvesting in excess of their quotas. So you need to control their harvests, or at least the landings, sufficiently well. Maybe it's probably impossible to do it 100%, but you have to do it 98, 99%. So that's the biggest thing. You have to enforce these things. Most nations that are pretty happy with how their individual quota systems work enforce harvest controls at the landing site. That implies that there may be some discarding. So there's a difference between the volume harvested and volume landed. If that turns out to be the case, then other measures have to be adopted regarding discards. This is a slightly complicated problem because some discarding at sea is probably socially optimal. because it's so expensive to take some fish ashore and dispose of them at shore. Other things about individual quotas is to set the right TSC, because the TSC controls the evolution of the biomass, assuming it's enforced. And the evolution of the biomass has to follow the optimal path to the long-run equilibrium, which is never reached because natural conditions and economic prices of inputs and outputs will affect what is optimal in the long run. So we're always on an adjustment path to a moving target. So that is pretty important, but as regards optimal capital investment, setting the right TSC is not that important. It doesn't affect that very much, as long as in the long run it's roughly correct. But regarding the profits from time to time, maximum profits over time, maximum net economic surplus, I should say, then it's important to set the right TSC.
Thank you. And it seems that we have got the answers so far, and I hope that you're happy enough. If anyone has any comments coming up during the lunch break, we can just chat
absolutely
around.
and like Antonius, I think well, you have my email. Send me questions later on. I will be happy to respond to the extent of my ability.
Thank you once again. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Ja meie saame minna nüüd kõik koos lõunapausile, nii teie seal ilmselt ekraanide taga saate aja maha võtta ja meie siin ka. Kohtume kell 3 ja kuulame pärastlõunased ettekanded ära ja tuletan ka meelde, et päeva lõpu osas, päris lõpuks, finaaliks on meil plaanis ka paneeldiskussioon. Mõnusat lõunapausi! Tere tulemast tagasi Tallinnasse, Läänemere 5.
So, welcome back to Tallinn, to the Baltic V Fisheries Forum number 5. And so I think you had an enjoyable lunch break here, and beside tasty meals, you also had opportunity to discuss and prepare your next questions. Everything you have joined down at the moment, you could also prepare as questions for the concluding session of our day. After the panel discussion, and we are about to call it a day for the conference, then it's not over yet. We have an officially approved dinner. And so let's discuss later during the evening dinner. And now we follow the agenda. And the next speaker is from Denmark, Mogens Schou, who is actually the sociologist and organization analysis specialist. Let's listen what he has to say about the CUP and Common Fisheries Policies. Hello, Tallinn. Mul on väga kahju, et ma ei saa isiklikult Tallinnas olla täna, aga mul on suur usk sellesse, et meil on edukas konverents täna ja aitäh, et te valisite minu teema ka oma konverentsi teemaks. See on täpselt selle kohta, kuidas üldse rääkida ja analüüsida seda reformi, mis meie kalanduspoliitikas on ette võetud praegu. Tavalises ärijuhtimises, mida direktor ja nõukogu teeb igas firmas, on ühtemoodi. Aga kalanduseeres on tegelikult selle direktori ja asemel Euroopa Liidu komisjon. See ei pruugi tegelikult nii olla, et komisjon juhib kõike meid. On loomulikult võimalus leida ka selline nagu tüürimehe põhine juhtimine ja see, et kalamajandus saab ise oma enda tasandil oma tööd korraldada parimal võimalikul viisil. Ja ma ei hakka praegu rääkima sellest, mis see ühine kalanduspoliitika on, vaid ma üritan vaadata just see, mis läheb selle puhul valesti ja kuidas seda parandada.
And the more I work with it, now for 42 years, it strikes me it should be more simple than it is. Policy should be much more simple. Assess how much can be fished. We need to use the best science. And it's a political decision on how much to fish. Set the TACs and allocate quotas to states and fishers. And that system is more or less in place. We need better advice, but the allocation system is in place and the decision system is in place. And the third important pillar of fisheries policy is that when you operate with TACs and quotas, you should ensure that all catches are actually counted for. Otherwise, it doesn't make sense to have a management based on TACs and quotas. So this is how I think fisheries policy should be made simple. And when we have the policy in place, TACs, quotas, and full accountability, we should leave management to the fishermen. They know how to do the things. And as long as we have the proper objectives and the incentives in place, fishermen, they would be the best to manage the fishery. But this is not the case, obviously. What has gone wrong, and how can we put it in the right way? First of all, we have the CFP dilemma. We've been working with GC quotas all the time. Actually, in March 2011, the commissioner put forward a proposal to all the ministers of the EU, saying to them, we need to get to grips with it. We need to stop discarding, and we need to rethink the system. What would you like? Would you like a system based on effort and all catches to be landed? Or do you want to continue with the TAC quota system with the implications and the difficulties that will mean? And the ministers clearly chose TAC quotas. So this is the case in the reform. We have a continuation of the TAC quota system. But there is a dilemma. TAC quotas are not controlled. They were not controlled previously, and they are not controlled now, not fully in any event. And the system invites fishermen to discard. If you have a quota for your fishing vessel, in order to get the most value out of it, you may have an incentive to high grade, and this is that is the basic dilemma of the CFP. This is the case from the time we had the policy established in January 1983, and as we have a so-called choke species problem with the new reform, it's perhaps even a more serious problem from 2019, problem with catch control. Looking at the CFP 1983 to 2013, when the reform was agreed, we had a system where EU institutions had the responsibility to follow TSCs and to minimize discards. That was an institutional responsibility. It was not the responsibility of the fishermen. And in order to manage this, the EU system established a framework and a regulatory system. First of all, in order to count fish, it was decided that only the landed fish count against quotas. On the other hand, discards were obliged, and also a large amount of discards happens. And to take account of that, a share of the TAC was set aside to cover unaccounted discards before the TAC, or rather the landing quotas were set for member states. So there was a TAC reduction to take more or less account of this discarding, which nobody had a precise figure on. And then there was an obligation to discard juveniles and to discard non-quota catches. So if you had a catch in mixed fisheries of a species for which did not have a quota, you were obliged, you had to discard it. And the notion was that if this was the case, fishermen, they would avoid having catches of non-species quotas, and they would avoid fishing in areas or avoid catching juveniles. This never happened. So in essence, this was a very bad system. And of course, the CFP, based on the quota system, gave a rather strong incentive to high grade, to keep only the bigger, more valuable fish, and discard less valuable fish. So yeah, that was the CFP, and as I said, this went on for decade after decade, and all the time the European Community put layers on regulation and control on the system in order to counteract discarding. So intensive regulations on gear, other prescriptive management, on capacity, days at sea, areas to fish, and so forth and so on, was built up in order to try via indirect measures to reduce discards. So the headline from 83 to 2013 was that the quotas you had, and in mixed fisheries, if you caught various species, you would have to match your quotas through obliged discarding. If you had a catch for which you did not have a quota, you would have to discard. And the interesting thing here, and one of the reasons why this continued, is that for the individual fisher, in the short run, it was a way to optimize his catch. It was a good thing that he could continue fishing for nephrops, for example, and discarding the cod, and he could optimize his catch instead of simply stopping the fishery. But the downside of this is the so-called externality cost, and that was the pressure on the fish stocks, the tragedy of the commons, so to speak, to coin a phrase, that the commons had to carry the burden or the cost, the biological cost of discarding. So the result was poor stock utilization, adverse incentives, extensive discarding, and poor economy, and admitted by the Commission itself in the Green Paper, saying that European fisheries are eroding their own ecological and economic basis. So after the Green Paper in 2009, an intensive work started in order to reform the CFP, and the reform was agreed in 2013, and then it was gradually implemented, so it had full effect from 2019, and that the reform, and I will focus on one issue of the reform, the most important one, and that is the change from a landing quota system to a catch quota system, where you have to account for all the catches you take. So once the fisher cannot discard the fish and match his catches with quotas, he suddenly gets the responsibility to ensure that he has quotas that cover all his catches, not just what he chooses to land. Hence, the so-called choke challenge. You need a quota for all catches and all species in the catch, and how do you manage that? The choke challenge in the new system. So the case here is, and that is the case I'm making, that where we had a system where EU institutions were in effect the managers, now the fisher has become the manager. I mean, he has a total catch quota. He cannot set himself free by discarding a fish. He has to account for all he takes, and therefore he needs flexibilities to adapt, to innovate his business and his fishing methods. That is the logic result of having full accountability. That is that you also get the right to choose the way you fish. This has not happened, as you know. So what happened when we had the reform in 2013, fully implemented in 2019? First of all, the Council of Ministers decided that now that discarding is no longer allowed, then we do not have to make a deduction in the TSEs to take account of discarding. So the Council could increase quotas for all, TSE quotas for all fishermen, whether they were discarding or not. That was not really an issue much discussed. And there were no requirements that fishermen should demonstrate that they did not discard. They simply all got they got a quota increase. And there were no incentive to document catches and no requirement to document catches. In the reform, the articles state that all catches must be counted and they must be accurately documented through, for example, CCTV or observers, but that did not happen. So not much. There was not a logic, coherence, consistency in the policy launched in 2013, 2019. And on the other hand, given these uncertainties, the European community has chosen to continue the regulation on gear, capacity, detail control, etc. So they are requiring fishermen to comply, but on the other hand, they are taking away or keeping the flexibilities away from the fishermen. And of course, now that you have full catch accountability and has this choke problem, where you are in principle, you must in principle stop fishing for all mixed. For all fishery, all species in a mixed fishery, if just one of the species is exhausted with regard to the quota allocation. So the discard the incentive to discard is the same, perhaps even stronger than before. And the result after the reform, having the reform, is again poor stock utilization, adverse incentives, and continued discarding. This is the situation following the reform. So what do we do? Is it a deadlock? and it may well be, or is it an opportunity awaiting? I think the latter. It is an opportunity. I think the CFP reform is okay as long as you look at the legal basis. The new legal basis of the reform, it's okay. So how to make it work? First of all, full accountability has come to stay, and we need full accountability with the TSE quota system, and also that makes sense in relation to optimizing the use of catches and in relation to getting data for science and advice. On the other hand, we need full freedom for the fishermen to decide how to fish. So, for the reform to work, we need to ensure that all catches count. We need to get rid of the straitjacket paradox. The fisher has the responsibility, but he has not the freedom to choose. And we need to, in an overall approach, to apply a free enterprise, meaning that we need substantial or full deregulation and simplified control. And of course, that is in the public support system. We should support and develop new technologies, best practices, and so on. That is the headline. So if we look at the free enterprise model, which of course applies for fully documented fisheries only, for the fisheries where we are sure that they account for all their catches, and that can be done in various ways. Using remote electronic monitoring cameras is one way to do it, but it can be done in sophisticated statistical ways also, last haul statistical accounting, for example. But that's a bit cumbersome. The camera solution, in my mind, is economically, technically, and in practice the best model to use. So fully documented fisheries, that is the condition. So once you take part in a fully documented fishery, you may enjoy increased fishing opportunities according to the basic regulation. We can remove technical rules related to selectivity for these vessels, for these fisheries. It may still be necessary to have technical rules regarding bottom impact, for example, but the major part of the technical rules should be removed. We should remove fleet capacity ceilings. It doesn't make sense. To have a capacity ceiling, and in certain cases it counteracts the reform. In Denmark, for example, many fishermen, they wanted to build a bigger haul and have a vessel that increase the capacity of their vessels in order to have a hold where they could have the discard fraction of the catches. But they couldn't afford to buy the capacity because there is a limited market and there is a ceiling on capacity. So capacity ceilings does not make any sense in this case. We should have a segment in the capacity programs, a segment dedicated for fully documented fisheries where they are exempt from capacity ceilings. Remove a lot of controls. I will not go into detail with that, but of course, hail systems and a number of other controls can be removed for fully documented fisheries. And of course, you should remove the ban to sell undersized fish for consumption. Again, it doesn't have any logic. The logic of this ban stems from the old CFP, thinking that if you're not allowed to sell it, you will avoid fishing it. But this is not the case. And the ban actually increases the discards, which we have seen in a number of last haul controls, last haul monitoring. So the ban goes against its own rationality. There are a number of exemptions that should make the landing obligation and full accountability work in an easier way, and that is good. But they can be simplified, for example, in relation to high survivors. So they should be included, these simplifications for fully documented fisheries. Now, this idea of having a system where you are fully accountable and you also document what you do, that was a part of the Danish initiative in 2008-2009 in relation to the EU process. So it's not a new idea, and it has been assessed by a science group commissioned by the European Parliament to look into this approach, and in this report to the European Parliament, they are quite clear that this combined approach of having full catch accountability, documentation, and then flexible management systems, that is a more effective and a more cost-effective way of implementing the reform CFP. And actually, the model I present is in accordance with the legal basis of the reform CFP. The present management or implementation of the CFP is not in accordance with the legal basis. So yeah, I think much speaks in favor of taking the spoon in the other hand, so to speak. Also, there has been a number of reports on fully documented fisheries and science reports on testing, free choice of gear approaches, and so forth and so on. So it's very much tested. It's tested in large-scale trials in EU from 2009 to 2015. Yes. So I just want to put a bracket in here, because when we have full catch accountability, one thing is that the fisher needs to have flexibilities to choose his gear according to the circumstances at sea and so forth and so on. He needs this flexibility and right to manage his fishery. But it is also important to have a quota allocation system that has flexibilities and makes it possible for fishermen to transfer fishing right from one to the other. And I'm thinking about some layers in the transferability system. We have an EU policy, an in-year swapping scheme in the basic regulation, where member states swap between each other, and we have in the trade and cooperation agreement between EU and UK a swapping mechanism, and of course also Norway is part of this, but it's a rather rigid system, and it could be one should look into ways to simplify it and to make it more flexible. In relation to EU external agreements, one should look into a system where I compared it with a free trade approach, a system where you may fish your own quotas like you can in the EU waters. In Norwegian waters, and Norwegians can fish in EU waters in order to optimize the total output and total value of the catches we have. Without prejudice, of course, to the allocation of catches between these parties. So transferability is important, and it is important, perhaps most important in national policy, where we need transferability. There is, of course, a socio-political aspect that is not my focus here. The main focus for me in this presentation is the sustainability aspects and the ability for fishermen to match the catches he takes with the quota he can get or lease in. And actually, in Denmark, you can fish and land and sell fish without a quota during the year, as long as you lease in the necessary amount before the end of the quota year, before December. And that system has worked. Some people are a bit skeptical in relation to the functionality of this system, but it has worked, and it is managed by a fisheries organization. It has worked flawlessly since 2007. Yes, that was a bracket on transferability. Now, I presented this idea of free enterprise approach, and I don't think much can be said against the system, but the question, of course, is how does politicians react? What are the hidden interests in this, and how do we make the process work? First of all, I think it is important to have an objective or understanding that we need to move away from the lowest common denominator approach, and have rules that everybody can accept. I mean, the Council of Ministers is a bargaining platform, and very often you get a result that is that everybody can accept. So it's on a low level. And I think I'm not against having rules that take account of fisheries where there are certain difficulties or traditions. But on the other hand, why not let those fishermen who can do things better move ahead? Why not give them the liberties and let the rest follow at the pace that suits them? So first mover approach, that is one way to that is an important thing. And then I think that the Commission has been too passive. They should not scare by the Council, and certainly they should put forward firm positions regarding Article 16.2, that these quota top-ups should be reserved for fully documented fisheries, and they should put forward a firm proposal on that, and combine it with the simplifications in the rule system. And it can be done. We don't need to have a permanent solution on this in the first place. It can be done in the TSC quotas for 2024. Can be put in with a footnote initially for a few selected stocks where we apply this approach. And then it will work for 1 year, next year again, until we may put it into a more permanent system. And basically, this has been done before. Here on the table, you can see the TSC allocation. This one is from the big trials we had in EU, negotiated with Norway. They agreed on this with fully documented fisheries, and it's simply put in as a footnote where you get this quota top-up when you have full catch documentation. It's been done before. It's easy to do, and that is what we should do. Results are well documented. At a certain stage, about 40% of cod catches were caught with vessels with cameras. This quota top-up the fishermen get had a gearing effect in relation to this. So it's well documented. So I mean, the Commission is the guardian of the treaty, and the basic regulation is part of the treaty, and it doesn't work. So I think we should test the Commission. And my question to the Commission here is that will the Commission assess the benefits that can be offered to fisheries and vessels that document their catches? Will assess the benefits from a fully documented fisheries with the benefits that can be given to these fisheries? That is the first question. And the second question is that if the Commission will put forward a proposal for 2024 that is aligned with the basic regulation and ensures full catch accountability, and do that by reserving the quota top-ups for those vessels that comply with the basic regulations requirement, Article 16.2 of that they only fully documented fisheries can get this quota top-up. So this is something I think the Commission should consider. Yes, I produced a number of papers on this topic, and one of the paper is dealing with it's called the barriers to the CFP implementation, and it deals with all these regulatory measures, the exemptions and transferability issues, and all these things. How can you design these various rules in order to support a system where fishermen become responsible for their own fishery and can take back the right to decide how to fish. So it's on this web page, and of course I'm happy to answer questions. I'll be here during the conference, and certainly also if you send me an email after the conference on questions or points of view. So with these words, I look forward to the rest of the conference, and thank you very much.
Suur tänu Mogensile.
Thank you very much, Mogens.
There with us. Can you hear us perfectly?
Yes, I'm there with you. I cannot hear the translation, so I think you would have to do it in English.
Yeah, that's totally fine, and I'm happy that you're there. So have you visited Estonia, by the way?
Yes, I've been there several times, and Tallinn is a wonderful town. And the trip from Helsinki to Tallinn, that's a very nice trip, yes. And thank you for the invitation for the dinner tonight, but unfortunately I can't make it in these couple of hours.
Make sure that next time you will be with us. Thank you. So we are ready to ask you some questions, I believe. If somebody has it already there in our venue, just raise your hand and show that you are ready to ask. But meanwhile, I'm just quickly checking if we have something online coming up. And my personal question is like, what do you feel in your in your topic right now? How is Denmark doing all in all in this same situation? Are the worries the same that, for example, here over the Baltic Sea in these northern and eastern regions?
I think the worries are a little bit split. I mean, the Baltic Sea is in a very precarious situation. It's a very bad situation, especially for those countries who are fishing for cod. So we are very worried about the Baltic fishery. In the North Sea and in the northern Atlantic, it's quite different. The North Sea is improving with regard to the stock situation, but we still have a number of problems and issues that we are discussing. And of course, if you move further out, we have in the Atlantic the unsolved problems with regard to sharing the quotas on, for example, mackerel and blue whiting and all this. One big issue in Denmark at the moment, I think, is the discussion on bottom impact on trawling. And I think the most interesting about this discussion is that, well, I think we will have to see more protection of the sea bottom. But the question is, of course, whether this protection will be done en bloc for big areas, or it will be done on basis of impact evaluations. So I would rather, instead of saying, for example, we don't want trawls in these areas, I would rather say we don't want gear which has a bottom effect of this and this nature. We don't want this type. So that would allow us to innovate bottom fishery with perhaps more sustainable gear types. I'm very much in favor of incentive mechanisms that give people an incentive and an opportunity to innovate themselves out of the problems.
Thank you very much. And we have one online right now ready for you, which goes like this. What is the value of CCTVs on vessels targeting small pelagics, like sprat, Baltic herring, for example? There isn't incentives to discard them.
No, but the CCTV is not an aim in itself. It's something you use in areas where it gives a benefit. And for example, I can mention another area. If, for example, we can give an example. If you fish a place in the North Sea, you may have discards in the order of 60%. Mm-hmm. If you fish place in the North Sea, but you fish with gill nets, you may have discarding in the order of 4 or 5%. And obviously, we would not have to put cameras on fisheries and métiers where we don't have a problem.
Yeah, thank you for the answer. Do we have someone? We have one hand over there. We just quickly hand over the microphone, and in a bit, yeah, here you go, palun väga.
Yes, thank you. Hi, Mogens. Fully documented fishery, as you said. Who's the main obstacle on the way to achieving that? Is it Commission, member states? Is certain parts of the sector scared? From your point of view, who's the main obstacle, and or where is it, and from where should it all start? You explained that there are regulatory ways around it, and we should have a trial fishery in certain stocks already next year. But how do you see it going on from here? Thank you.
Thank you. The main obstacle is the Council of Ministers. A number of ministers do not want, in effect, they do not want full accountability for two main reasons. One reason is that they, as they have been told by the fishermen, they don't believe that they can solve the choke problem. So they would rather have that the discard issue, the discard ban is going away and we continue as we usually do. That is one problem. The other problem is that in some areas, some fishermen, they cannot see themselves innovating and developing their fishing methods. So if they keep on fishing in the way they have done all the time, then they will have this discard problem and they will not get the benefits of a system where the discard fraction is offered as a real catch opportunity for the vessels who can document all they take. So it's the lowest common denominator problem. If you can't do it with the best, you don't want any changes at all anyway.
Thank you. And do we have anyone else more over here? There's one hand. Yes. Ja palun, võid tutvustada ka, kes ja mis.
Yes, Erki Tuus from the Ministry of Environment. We have heard several times that ITQs, etc., are beneficial for the sector, but at the same time, very important point is to control whether we catch as much we are allowed to catch. And this fully documented fishery and cameras on board, I think Denmark is a leading country in Europe at the moment in this. I would ask this way that do you have already available good reports or scientific papers about this fully documented fishery, both in the pelagic sector, also in the demersal fishery? Is it really an effective tool to control really how much you fish and what you fish and to avoid discards? or it is just a foggy camera screens and just a good explanation for the top-ups? Thank you.
Aitäh. Here.
Yes, in relation to ITQs, I will just say in relation to Ragnar's excellent presentation, what I'm talking about is the part of what he called the condition for the transferability system to work, and that is that you have controlled that you control how much you're actually catching. So that is catch accountability. And in some fisheries, catch accountability is not a big issue, especially perhaps in areas where you don't have mixed fisheries, but in other areas, catch accountability is a very big problem. And there you need to have a documentation system. If you want to avoid discards, you can do it in various ways. The Norwegians, they have done it in a way where they have mainly one species catches, and they have used a system to build up a culture, and it has taken them 25 years. That is not possible in a mixed fishery with 30 various traditions as we have in EU. Now, with regard to the reports, please send me your email. I have tons of reports, scientific reports from Scotland, from England, from Denmark, from the Netherlands, and also Germany, and WWF has also made an excellent report on these cameras and how they function. And we also have videos to show how it works in practice. So please give me a contact and I will send it to you.
Very good ideas, thank you. And I guess we are happy right now, and as you said, later on, maybe we can continue conversation via email, for example, if anyone has comments or thoughts to share with you. Thank you. Thank you, Mogens. Once again, we give a round of applause to you, and you are very welcome anytime next turn, right?
Yes.
Take care.
Thank you.
Have a great spring in Denmark.
Thank you.
Ja meie saame siit jätkata järgmise ettekandega, sedakorda.
We continue with the following presentation. So Anton Paulroth from Sweden is joining us. He is representing the Swedish Pelagic Federation, and he will speak about the using market-based management systems to balance the fleet. Based on the Swedish example and experience. So let's listen and to think.
Thank you, thank you. Many thanks for being invited here. Many nice speeches before me, so many thanks for that. We shall see. Oh, thanks. I'm from the Swedish Pelagic Federation. In size, both one of the smallest producer organizations in Sweden, but also at the same time, definitely the largest producer organization. We have around 45 members, so that's quite a low number of vessels. And we include vessels from 5 meters up to above 60. It's the largest one is 65 meters or something like that. And we, in the producer organization, we include all vessels above 12 meters and close to 90% of the volume from the small-scale fishery. So we are quite rare in Europe to actually have a producer organization for both small-scale and large-scale fisheries, pelagic fishery. Half of our members are active only in the Baltic, and then we have a couple of members just active in the Skagerrak, Kattegat, but otherwise it's mixed. Landings are about 135,000 tons right now. Normally it's 170. It used to be over 200,000 tons. And with that, it's yes, about 90% of the Swedish fishery in volume and about 70% of the value. I will start I try to put everything I wanted to say in a pile, and then I try to divide it in small scale and large scale, because we have different management schemes. So I will start to talk about the small scale and then about the large scale fish management system, and then try to conclude everything. And I hope I have at least some red line. Otherwise, you just yell if I'm confuse you. So this is the situation for the small-scale pelagic fishery in Sweden. And that's a traditionally, by nature, a diversified seasonal fishing. And if you look at the picture on the right, you can see that on the top there, it's a situation how it looked like in the 70s and in the 80s. You started the year by catching cod in January, and then in February you started to fish for salmon, and then the year continued, and then in April and May, when the herring got into the coast, you caught herring, and then in the summer eels, and then back in the autumn for cod and salmon again. Unfortunately, yes, I should perhaps tell you that traditionally the gear type was nets and hooks and stuff like that. And actually, the situation now is that it's open access or restricted open access. You need gross tonnage and you need kilowatts, and you need a scientific evaluation by the agency that there are actually stocks or to fish to get into this coastal fishery. So that's the management scheme. Back to the pictures again. On the right, the lower picture. That's unfortunately the situation we have today for the coastal fishery in Sweden. We have herring, and then there are a lot of flounder. But if you fish flounder, you get bycatch of cod. So what you actually have is just herring. Herring and herring. So fishing opportunities is gone. And this is not due to fishing, of course. It's over-fertilization, pollution, seals, cormorants. What we could say is that this herring period also, by nature, when the herring comes in, is very short. It's just 2 months. The vessels are very small. You can't fit that much gear and that much herring that you actually can get any money from it. And the herring is low priced. Perhaps you get €0.50 for it per kilo when you sell it. If you're happy, you can get €1 if it's a really big herring, but it's very low paid. And the problem with the herring, as everyone knows, no one wants to buy herring that aren't processed. So you need factories. And with low volumes, you simply don't have any industries. And of course, also you have the dioxins. I will get more about that later. So it's the situation, what you see here, is not sustainable. From a biological perspective, or from the stock perspective, and from the quota perspective, it's all fine, because not even half of the quota is used. So it's the economic and the other perspective that is the problem, not the stocks. What to do about it? Well, actions. So we have lost coastal fishing opportunities that must be restored. We must decrease the large population of seals and cormorants. So if we look at the picture, the second solution is to actually try to drag the fishing period for herring so you can prolong it. And the way to do that is to start trawling. Trawling for herring. It's a longer season. You can go out longer, further out from the coast and actually catch herring more or less when the weather for a 12-meter vessel allows it. So it's more or less 10 months a year, 9, 10 months a year. And with, of course, also with trawling, it's something that works with the population of seals and cormorants. It also works with porpoise in harmony, because you don't get the herring eaten by the seals, and you don't get any porpoise caught in the trawls. So it's quite a good way. But unfortunately, the second problem with the processing is not solved by trawling. It's still a low market. We have the dioxins. We also have the low volumes. So we don't have the industry. And if we have low volumes, we don't have the infrastructure. And of course, it results, if you don't have the industry, you end up with a container. You put the fish into the container and you send it to Denmark for fish meal. That's the only way. So that 95% of the volume for the small-scale herring fishery goes to Denmark. And a solution for that is naturally to try to bring back the large vessels. If you bring back the large vessels, you get volumes for the industry, and you get the infrastructure. So that's the solution. You also need to get the market back. We need to prove that the dioxins actually isn't a problem. We don't believe that the dioxins is a problem in the Baltic. We need more testing. We need products or product development that could actually make products that without dioxins. So, and then the last point there, the summer stop, of course, also affects the fisheries. You're allowed to fish during the summer stop in the Baltic with small vessels, but unfortunately, since you don't have permission to fish with the big vessels, the factories close because they don't get the volumes during the summer stop. And the effect is that the small vessels can't fish anyway. But back to the management system, it doesn't need any restrictions, because the economic, and since we can't solve the market issue, it's self-restricting. It's a huge problem. It's more like trying to make the small-scale fisheries survive today. Over to the large scale. It's another history. Back in the 2009, we had an introduction of right-based management system in the Swedish pelagic fishery for vessels over 12 meters. And at that stage, the pelagic stocks were in relative good shape. But the fishery was quite over-established, I would say. I don't like the word overcapacity, because as a company, you should have overcapacity, because you never know when the stocks goes up and you need it. So a better word I think we should talk about is over-established. So we had low profits due to that. The Swedish pelagic fishery is quite well defined. We have the sand eels, we have the herring in the North Sea, we have and quite low bycatches, and we have of course the herring and sprat in the Baltic. So it's quite easy, an easy ITQ system. It was the fishery themselves that introduced, but we also had quite a lot of research in the beginning of the 2000. We had Ragnar, we had Steinsam, we had a lot of research going on with ITQs. Denmark started with ITQs a couple of years before that. So the fishery actually proposed to start with ITQ system in Sweden, and that was in 2009. And the reason for it was to actually restructure the fleet without any scrapping aid. The ability to actually buy out fisheries, buy out other vessels. And it was also to make the fisheries sustainable. And the industry should also get better possibilities to actually plan their activity. And of course also, one of the goals was also to try to save the Baltic fishery. Now, I will jump that one because I see the time. And the introduction of ITQs in Sweden was a success. We had 83 pelagic vessels, that was down to 33 vessels, more or less before the system started. The quotas at that time was around 200,000 tons, and that was quite stable from 2009 to 2017. We had around a 50% decrease in power and tonnage. And also due to that we made regional quotas for some of the vessels that only had activity in the Baltic. They got a top-up. A small percentage, 14.6% of the Baltic quotas was just distributed for them, just to make sure that we had a regional perspective. And that was actually working really good. The amount of labor was unchanged, meaning that the number of working hours on board every vessel that was left in the system increased, so the total amount was the same as before. We actually got fixed positions at the vessels, meaning that we had all these working conditions by legal terms. Very nice. The wages went up, and of course also we could actually see that we started to get a semester period during the summertime for the fishery. It was very nice to see that, never seen before. So we had a fleet in balance. Yes, of course, I forgot now, regeneration. The average age is 40 years for the pelagic fishery now. So it's a very nice system, and the fishery loves the system. It works well. Unfortunately, the situation today, after they have closed the area 22 to 24, and Skagerrak Kattegat is closed, and we had the Brexit. We only have around 125,000 tons, but the system in itself has actually balanced, so we have between 21 and 23 vessels left. But the vessels that has left are happy, and the vessels that are still in the fishery are also happy. But it's, the Brexit wasn't nice. So, just to go through the need for restrictions, or perhaps, if you think it in the other direction, is the system adaptive enough? Looking at it from the other side. The regional quota that we put a top up for those vessels only active in the Baltic, it worked very well. We had about 12, 13 vessels, and we have 10 of them left. So that has actually been a less decrease during all these years than for the vessels on the west coast. So the political goal that actually was put up was a success. Unfortunately, many of these 10 vessels had a lot of cod quota too. So their total quota has not been as much as for the vessels on the west coast. So the economic situation for these 10 vessels, the regional vessels in the Baltic, hasn't been the same. So the average age of these vessels are perhaps 25 years. But the vessels on fishing all over the area, both Baltic and the North Sea, the average age of those vessels is actually less than 5 years. That's quite amazing. We had quite a building boom on modern vessels. And it's quite cool because we was talking about the CO2, and actually the newest vessels, they actually have these AdBlue systems and all this stuff on board. It's so fancy. So what we actually counted for regarding to that CO2 discussion is, for every 10 years, we have 40% in fuel reduction. So we can actually, for the biggest vessel we have in Sweden, has the same fuel use as a 24-meter vessel that is 25 years in the Baltic. It's quite amazing. So, concentration of fishing rights. We have how much can a single owner own? And that has also actually worked well. But now, in the last years, during all these quota deductions, we have started to get some problems with, we only have 20 vessels and a 10%. So we're starting to get some problems there. The gross tonnage and kilowatts has also been a problem. And that's more like a speculation problem, because we don't know what the Commission does. It's useless. It's like having a belt and this at the same time. It's stupid. But the speculation has created a market for something that doesn't, for management, isn't needed. So it's crazy. Origin of landings. Most member states has their rules that 50% should be landed in their own country. This hasn't really been used in Sweden, and that is a problem perhaps now. Sweden can only take 20% of their own quota to process, because Denmark has had a more welcoming sort of political situation for vessels and fabrics and processing industry. So Sweden in itself can only take, I think it's 20 or 22% we can actually process in Sweden. And as I said earlier, It's not a problem for the big vessels because they can just go over to Denmark and use all the infrastructure and but the small scale vessels, there's nothing left. Swaps and transfers. We make around 700 transfers between vessels, between the 20 vessels, around 200 swaps with other member states a year. And that's very, very important. And it makes the difference in value for quotas between different fishermen and different fishermen in other countries is so important that you actually use that value. And of course, the ITQ system that is based on quotas, that works very, very well. It's the most important thing we have actually in the pelagic Swedish fishery. That's the ITQ system. We will 7 minutes. Challenges. We have the situation with the Baltic, with the warm water. We had the same situation in 1950s, just after the war. A lot of sticklebacks, small herring, a lot of sprat. And is it a natural thing, or is it something that is a climate effect? We don't want to think climate effect, because then it's catastrophe. So hopefully it's just something that will go over, and perhaps quite storms like 67, 69s and everything, cold water, and it will be fine again. We have impact of the large-scale fishery on the small scale. It's a huge debate. We have the super trawlers, but the producer organization is a living example that we have both small scales, large scales sitting at the same table. For the small scales vessels themselves, it's no problem with large scales. It's a problem in media, not a problem in reality, because the small scales know they need the large scales for the infrastructure. Lack of confidence in the scientific advice. Nowadays it seems like, yes, the fishery that actually believes in ICES, no one else, not even ICES themselves. It's a crazy problem. And someone needs to actually put down their feet and say that that's the best science we have to trust it. We have a request, we have the NATO debate in Sweden. We need more food and food security. We have the dioxin problems. What we actually have noticed is that the testing is done now on whole fish, but you don't eat the whole fish. You normally only eat the fillet, and you don't have the fat in the fillet. And that way, the dioxin question is sort of, it shouldn't be a problem in reality. So we need more science there. We also need more products, of course, looking into how to do things with the herring and the sprat to get rid of the dioxin problem. We also have the PFAS coming up, so it's the same issue there. And no infrastructure for large vessels in Sweden. That's a big problem. The 22% that we only can process of our own quotas, it's a huge problem. We need to work on both sides, both on supply, both on demand, making people to eat more sprat, and herring, of course. And we also need to look at other markets like Africa and whatever. Conclusions. Right-based management systems, like, for example, the Swedish one, ITQ system in Sweden, can be a good way to balance. It has been a success story. former boss of the Commission actually said that it's a school book's example of good management of fishery when he looked at the Swedish ITQ system. So that's very nice. Quotas is not today restricting for small-scale fisheries. So we don't actually today have any use for right-based management systems. It's more like other actions needed just to make the small-scale fishery survive at all. Of course, we must take care of our resources. Lost coastal fishery opportunities must be restored. Decrease large population of seals and cormorants. We also need to work on the lack of consumer markets. Small herring, for example, undersized. How do we get people to eat them? We must work with the dioxins. The Russian invasion in 2014, the embargo that was placed from Russia after the EU had made their trade stuff is still a big problem, but perhaps with the catastrophe now with the Russian invasion, it could open up, and perhaps that we could get large-scale markets for herring and sprat in the Baltic for our large vessels. They can come back, and we get another situation for the small scales. And the key for everything there is bring back the large vessels to Sweden. I hope that the Danish has turned off there, so they can't hear that we want our vessels back to get the infrastructure again. The small scale are desperate. We must sort of, the situation now we have when the small scale actually are fishing for industrial purpose. It's so crazy. It doesn't make any money, and it's just, yeah. So the ending point here, or actually I have one more after that. There's no need for capacity regulations like tonnage and kilowatt in Sweden right now. It's just, yep. But I want just to comment the thing with the cameras on board. We have 2 vessels that actually have cameras. It works very, very well. We are not negative to cameras. We simply just don't believe in them. The trial has gone very well, but one result is actually that we do actually believe less in them now. But the trials it's no problem like having them on board and anything. But we have one big vessel and one medium-sized vessel that has cameras, and yes, it works well. But when you're loading sort of 1,000 tons of herring on board a vessel, you can't expect to see anything in it. Yes, thank you. That's all.
Yes, cheers for you. Thank you.
Thank you.
So please be here with us just for a moment. I guess we have some questions coming up for you. And of course, as told before, we would like to see some hands over here on the venue as well, and we can just check online as well if somebody has written or will write something down. But my short comment here is that I heard that some challenges or some issues that you have in Sweden are quite as similar as we do. I don't know if it's a good or bad thing. Is it the place where to laugh or to be sad?
Yeah.
But yeah, it seems so, right?
Yep.
People are kind of losing your own people are losing interest in the specific species, for example, and how to bring them on to kind of interest people that we have good fish and you don't have to worry about these dioxins or something.
Yes. What we actually have in Sweden now, and we have worked on the last last 2 years actually, is to doing herring burgers. And when you do the herring burgers, you can actually take the rest product and you can tumble it and get the meat outside, and then you get the meat at the backbone, and it's quite fat-free. And in that way, you don't get any dioxin at all, actually. And it's a very popular product for school kids, older people, etc. And you can even make sausage, not just burgers of it. So it's different, these type of projects to make people eat more pelagic fish.
Yeah, exactly. Good thoughts. So, do we have a question over here? Somebody? I guess there are. Okay, of course, yes. We can hear you. Thoughts from Iceland. Here you go.
Thank you, Anton, for a very interesting talk. I'm from far off, so I don't know anything about anything really in this area. But you mentioned, and you made actually a lot of it, that there is no processing capacity to speak of for the pelagics in Sweden. And I didn't quite catch why that is. Is it a regulatory thing, or is it just that the economics of building a factory of that kind is not attractive?
Thank you. So,
yes, the problem has been that Sweden has survived on forestry, all these other types of industry. And we joined the EU and thought that EU would be something that you share things. We didn't see the problem in it. But now when we have the COVID and we have all these other catastrophes, the Russians, and it's time to wake up. And I guess that the situation with the small scale was sort of never noticed. Everyone always blamed it's the stock. But the need for infrastructure is sort of, if you don't have the infrastructure, you can't fish, and then you can't. It doesn't matter anything if the stock is good or bad. So it's a political issue that I think some countries has won, Denmark, for example. But we can now see that Finland and all these, Lithuania, other countries has put a lot of money into to actually develop industry again. And that's, but I guess that Sweden is in the back in that line, and we must start to work on it.
Thank you for that. And we have another question coming up from there. Yeah. You're welcome.
Yes, Marco from Eurofish. Thank you for an interesting talk, and thank you for selling all the fish to Denmark. No, the question is on dioxin. Isn't the level of dioxin in the Baltic Sea falling year from year? Isn't it going down, or is it stable on the level as it is right now? Because as I see it, this must solve the problem in Sweden also. If the dioxin level comes down on the herring, then there's a possibility for an industry instead of fish meal, which also can be where you can get rid of the dioxin today. Yeah.
Thank you.
Yes, the problem with the dioxins is that it has been tested, at least in Sweden, for environmental issues. And in that reason, they have chosen different hotspots. They hasn't sort of done the testing based on that it should be possibilities to fish. So it's not like seasonal when the fish is fat, for example, and it's not on the fishing sites. So they have done the testing on hotspots where you have old industry, forestry industry that actually created the dioxin. All the testing must sort of be redone. They have very nice sort of data from Skagen, for example, FF Skagen, from the fish meal factory, where you can see that where to fish without actually. But it's still, that testing must go up to be politics and then new rules, and then you must set sort of new limits.
Thank you. Then we have one more hand there.
Well, thank you. Kaira Martin from Ministry of the Environment. Just I understood from your presentation that the main reason why small-scale fishery has been reduced is that there is no market and no industry. But I know from our fisheries experts that the thing is that the reasoning why small-scale fishery and especially herring fishery is almost vanished or reduced so much is because the herring does not come to the coast anymore, whether there is a reason that the spawning grounds don't function anymore, or what other reasons. And also there are heavy discussions to reserve territorial waters only for the small-scale fisheries in order to protect the whole area. So I'm just asking your comment on the whole situation. Thanks.
Thank you.
Yes, that's a huge problem, actually. I go back in 1950s when we have the same water temperature in the Baltic. We have all these autumn spawners. The herring was autumn spawners, and the autumn spawning is further out from the coast, where you can't actually use nets and traps and herders. So it makes a huge problem. Actually, if you go down to and look at old data, all the fishery in the 1950s was on autumn spawners. And this goes up and down, and right now we have a situation with quite a lot of autumn spawners spawning further out, so it's a huge problem. And that also is that we have tried to help the netters to actually buy new vessels to be trawling instead, to find the bigger herring. It had worked quite well because in 2009 we had only one or two actually trawlers that trawled for herring, and now we have 14 or something like that. So we have the large vessels has actually lended out a lot of GT and kilowatts to make it happen, and it works quite fine. And what we actually also has seen then is that the size of the herring is increasing. Last 2 years, last year and this year, the size of the herring is much better in the south of Baltic, and hopefully that is going to move up to northern Baltic and also to Botnian. We had the same actually situation in 96 and 97 that we had a dip. But hopefully cold weather and we get back the spring spawners, then it's easier to. We only have more or less 3 active netters for herring that fish a reasonable amount in South Sweden. It's bad.
Thank you once again, Anton. Yes. And we are waiting you back during the panel discussion, which is about to start.
Should I keep that?
Yeah, keep it right now, and please keep this one as well.
Oh, thanks.
Nii, oleme jõudnud
So we face now the last presentation, and so this would be Estonian perspective on the fleet and how it was, how it's now, and what's the future. So the speaker is Mart Ondrest, and he is Estonian Fishermen's Association leader. I'm very pleased to be in front of you here and to speak as the last person or speaker. So my slides contain each and every angle what was already produced since morning here through the colleagues who presented. So 5 years ago, 2018, we had the second fisheries forum, and then now we have an excellent opportunity to see what has happened during the last 5 years. Anything happened or not at all, and what are the reasons behind both? So I just prepared the slides already 5 years ago, and so it's a quite economic approach right now. This is Midorana port, where we had different mixture of different ships there, and thousands who had different methods and gear to do this, and then there were hundreds of ladies who actually prepared the tins. So, and there's also Hiu Island, where the same kind of crowded port was available. And very quick view, what are we catching here in Sweden? There was 200,000, both Baltic and outside, but we have the joy to catch in the Baltic. So it's 45,000, a bit less than, so it's quite reduced. Here is a slide that shows from the annual book, and so how much the sprat and the Baltic herring has survived, moved and caught during the last 10 and 5 years. So no news. And the Baltic Sea, the situation is quite similar in sense of reduction as we have. And here in this slide, so 2 passions of my last years where we are allowed to catch. These are the blue dots here in the northern coastline and also in the Bay of Riga, and where the wind farms would be erected. Those are the lilac boxes here, so I'm not going to touch this unfortunate development further. And here you could see which are the wind farms area and how they are in the Bay of Riga, and they are just matching right the trawling areas. And this is not a new topic to anyone here in the Baltic Sea, as Anton already mentioned as well earlier. So they build the gas pipes and new bridges and 4 or 5 windmills there, and no wonder that the fish disappears and the numbers are dropping. And jumping back to the fleet, then we have an earlier slide showing the beginning. So end of 90s and beginning of 2000, where we started, or what was the situation there. So different types of fishing ships, and some of them are still alive today. So several slides showing practically the same picture, how at the beginning of the 2000 we adopted the ITQ system here, and how it impacted the fleet size. And we really have to be proud of our courage, those who made those decisions, that Estonia chose the road already at the beginning of 2000 to reduce the fleet size. Here you could see there are active ships and non-active as well, but ITQ, and after a time and also later with the support of the EU funding, we managed to implement the system, and this is justified a lot. And we did not use any alternative in order to postpone the systems. Then if you pay supporting or subsidies to certain areas and so on and so forth, but you just reduce the actual objective success opportunities. And definitely we are happy that we didn't do that. In 2018, we had 25 active fishing ships, and now 23. We are also the same number. Not all of them are so very active, say 23, 24, and this is a full list of what the register shows and gives us, together with main engine power, size, and together with the owners list. And this is a famous Estonian Baltic fleet. And here another picture from the yearbook of the Estonian Fisheries 21, and illustrating the same situation. And I suggested that the average age is something below 40 years. Actually, it's 37 years average age of our fishing fleet. And average, we have 387 kilowatts and for the main engine, and 26.2 meters average length. So this is the Soviet MRTK, what we have more than half in our fleet. Some of the new one, new ships as well, but our destiny has allowed us to buy the Swedish, Danish, Scandinavian, old dated ships. Somebody has to use them if they are usable, and so some of them are 20, 25 years old already. The first were bought from Finland, and most probably we have to continue the same line. So, but those what our ports allow to enter can't be even bigger. And this is another table that would characterize our trawling sector. So the number of hours, trawling hours and so on, all the numbers have declining. And so how many hours or trawling hours is per ship? The middle line actually is disturbing me most. So this is a first buy-in value, and approximately 10 years we are sitting in the same position as to what value we get from our catch, and this is not realistic. And I think if we add here 22 and 2023, so maybe it's a better number will be better, although we catch 25-30,000 tons less, but the price of the catch and how much the fisheries earn, it wouldn't allow to innovate or invest further. And this is a main slide that shows the basic problems: too old, to a high depreciation level, so repair and spare parts lack, and then manning, poor working conditions, and also seaworthiness questionable. So we have the Bay of Riga, the established restrictions of the engine power, and we are looking at the picture together with a Latvian fleet. We have 35 ships here, so definitely 2-3 ships less would actually do the job. But there's this restrictions on the power, and that's why we have to keep those old ships there. If we are talking about the protection of the environment or climate, so this is a restriction that has negative impact on the green aims. And then GT and kilowatts and the ceilings, what a lot has been said today. And then here is a table with where we ended up last time. We had already mapped sometimes what could be the ideal dream ship that we plan to do. Different captains or trawling companies representatives were included, and we after discussions we found the solution that would be most suitable for us, and also complying with the criteria, like Sweden said, that we have very few ports, maybe 3-4 ports that allow bigger ships to come for landing. And then we look at our situation now, and we produced several versions. We draw different pictures here and there, and they're looking at different variety and technical descriptions. What could it be suitable for our water depths on? And we visited the Netherlands. Just contemporary and economic ships, everything regulated, how power your coffee machine should be in the caboose as well. Everything had to be compliant to the maximum optimal economy. And they had tested also catching flounder and the sea flounder, and whether it's in the long perspective also perspective and useful. Last year the fuel prices went up several times, and the Netherlands innovation is at that level.
This is another example of another trawler that was drawn for us with technical specifications, how long it would take to build, how much it would cost, and so on. And in Denmark, we also went to Skagen and Skartens, who are building most of today's North European and Baltic Sea trawlers. They prepared their own version of it, and in this case this ship design was prepared. It's called Kalevipoeg, and the number is EK, and 2,800, that should indicate the number that this ship is registered. Of course, this is a random number. In the years 2018-2019, this ship cost about 5 to 6 million euros, but today this would no longer be feasible. It would cost a lot more. There is also a several-year-long waiting list for any ship being built. When it comes to funding and all these new ships, all of that was put to a halt. We have bought a few second-hand trawlers, but we don't know what the future will bring. Here we have some more photos of new ships from the Árnason factory. They are designed in partnership with yacht companies. This one, for instance, is a 90-meter long, beautiful super trawler, let's say. It also looks very nice indoors. It has saunas, it has very nice captains' quarters, a gym, and so on and so forth. Men spend a lot of time on these trawlers, so there is more and more investment in the living conditions as well. This is one option of attracting a younger crew, whereas our old ships are not very attractive to younger crew. This is a second to last ship that was finished recently. It's called Ruth. It has a diesel electric engine, very contemporary engine and solutions, so this is very impressive in many ways. And here is another design. Of course, there are lots more of these. These are the designs for the new built ships. Here there is a Norwegian ship built in Gemeri factory in Turkey. 3 or 4 ships have been built there, working on dual fuel. They work on LNG as well as on diesel. You can switch from one fuel to another and immediately continue operation. This, of course, means that you have 2 fuel tanks, and maintenance and technical solutions need to be ensured. But you can have the freedom of choosing which fuel to use, so this can be more economical depending on the situation, and it also takes into account the developments in the environmental sector. Here you have another MAN dual fuel engine. There are still very few ships in the world that use these. Of course, you must have the bunkering capacity as well, so it's not an easy job to use this engine. And they are fitted only on brand new ships, and it takes them 25 years to become profitable, and the ships cost 20 to 30 million euros. So these are long-term investments, but if we think about short-term developments such as diesel, electric dual fuel engines, these are also coming out in the next couple of years, and they are much more economical than the current options. But there is no full transfer completed just yet. This is a photo from a Russian ship factory who have visited us several times. They have offered us, they had offered to build us new ships for LNG tankers, but fortunately we haven't sealed any deals with them. In 2018 they set a new goal of renewing the entire sector of fleet in Russia. They have not fulfilled this goal. They are very big ships, but we know that the last ship gave them a loss of $80 million. So it is unclear how much this ship cost, but it must have cost a lot if it's possible to earn so much loss from it. To conclude, I don't know what the future will bring. I enjoyed everything that I heard today about the challenges that we have, such as the register sealing, the Gulf of Riga limitations. If we are able to overcome these challenges, we can reduce the number of ships in our fleet. We don't know what the number of ships is that's ideal for catching the amount to fulfill the to meet the quota. and the climate also plays a role. Right now, we have already met this year's quota, although the weather is still good enough for fishing. The fewer restrictions we have, the better it will be to renew our fishing fleet and to get to the same level as other Nordic fleets. Thank you. Let's listen to some questions and then continue with the panel discussion. Do we have anyone who would like to ask a question? Yes, I can see. I am a fishery historian. It was very nice to see these pictures and these crews. How many years has the average age of the crew increased? This is a good question. We have done these calculations. It used to be 55 to 60. But if somebody who's over 60 years old retires and someone younger replaces them, the average age does come down suddenly. But I would say the average age now is about 55 years. My second question is that if you get the rights, Estonia is a very small country. It's even difficult for me to find sponsors to fund my work. Will you have to use will you have to take loans to build ships? It will not be easy. In Scandinavian countries, it is probably easier to finance shipbuilding. They have family-based models of business, and they already have several ships. Each producer does, but we are at a point of transferring to a new situation. Yes, sometimes we have 25, 30-year-old ships that are being used, but we are making progress. The market situation some time ago favored renewing the fleet. Right now, it does not. So we must take into account the political situation and decide when to make agreements for shipbuilding or for second-hand purchasing. Would it help if there were some support measures? As it was mentioned, for the European Union to start supporting a new fleet, this is hard to predict. There should be some environmental aspects there, such as innovative methods or solutions being used. However, there are some financial means, such as guarantees or long-term loans that ensure that help to guarantee the loans. And the EU has supported us in these developments. Do we have any more questions? I have an easier question whilst you're thinking of more questions. We saw some wonderful ships, even luxurious ones. But if we leave this comfort aside, what are the most economic ships? Are they the ones that we saw from Norway? Or do we have any more examples from elsewhere in Europe that we should try to take as inspiration? What do they use as fuel? I believe that we are close to this hot point of innovation. A few years ago, we had one of the main designers from the Karstensen ship factory presenting, and he gave an overview of what sectors the innovation is taking place in. We also had representatives from the Netherlands, and they shared their approach. So we can see that lots of people are thinking on these topics. So the work is ongoing across the world, but Denmark, Norway, of course, are important fishing countries, and they want to be ahead of others. So they are definitely good inspiration. Indeed, so it's good to be close to them. But we have a question now from Sweden, Árnason.
Of the vessels, the optimal size of the vessel for the Baltic is 50 meters. That seems to be the size that the last 4 vessels, new built vessels from Carstensen, is for Baltic perspective. For the North Sea, it's around 65. If you don't fish for blue whiting, then blue whiting you need 70 meters to be optimized. But all these sort of new built vessels, it's nothing about profitability. It's more like something that you must do for competition. You can't compete with an old vessel. And of course, the management system in the country is sort of essential, because if you don't have the right management system, you don't get the bank loans and security. So that's the whole thing. But 50 meters seems to be the new size for Baltic. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you for the comment, and muidugi.
Ma ei tea eesti keeles vist.
Ja, just, et
selles suhtes, et täiesti.
Thank you for this question. Indeed, our 30-meter trawlers are at the lower end, and the logic often comes from the draught. Our ship had a 5.5 meter draught. If we go on to 6 or 6.5 meters, the infrastructure becomes a limit. There are so few ports that can receive these ships. But at 30 meters, you are not very seaworthy. So for that, we need 50 meters to ensure a sufficient number of fishing days. In Scandinavian countries, banks probably take into account the historical right of fishing, and they give out loans based on that. But in Estonia, it is more difficult because we don't have such a registered guarantee system, and some banks have also changed their approach. They cannot assess it, and they cannot have the guarantees. So indeed, in Estonia, it's not as easy as it is elsewhere. So I will ask the question in English, and you can answer in Estonian again.
Vessels be retrofitted with dual fuel engines. EMFAF support is possible, so it says. Et kuidas arvata sellest?
Ma usun, et kellelgi kusagil.
I believe that there are some ships out there that where we could consider the change of main engine with funding support. But if our ships are over 30 years old, it doesn't make sense to do that. If the overall level of depreciation is so high, the lifetime of the ship will not be long enough to make it worth it, the investment. Indeed, the market value is too low. So even if you have a new main engine, you should keep using the ship for another 10 to 15 years, but the conditions are no longer feasible. So we do not think this is the solution. Do we have any more questions? Yes, we do. I have already spoken, so I won't introduce myself. Marta, you have an experience working with Estonian pelagic fishing organizations. You know their history, how they have developed. Could you say a few words about where you would place Estonia's pelagic sector regarding fish for human consumption and fish for industrial use. What do you think the dynamic will be in the coming years, considering that we are in the same region as Lithuania and some other countries? Yes, this is a good and important question. Where can we land fish and what will happen with it afterwards? At the example of Sweden, there used to be more factories there in the past, but they have been closed down and or they have been scaled down. Sometimes there are only trucks receiving fish to be taken to be turned into fish meal. Of course, we also go along with certain trends, and having been a country that used all the fish for direct human consumption in the past, then fortunately the risks have been reduced, and fish meal and fish oil factories have increased in Estonia as well. But where does it all go? Well, it becomes fish feed and it comes back to us. It's part of the supply chain. So our level of competitiveness is defined by the market. So I believe that producers' organizations have been a success story in Estonia, bringing together different companies, marketing together, processing together, and we're also in a very good situation because we have both of these industries here in Estonia, and we can land fish in Estonian ports. Looking at landing versus quotas in Estonia, we definitely land more than our quotas are. If in Sweden only 20% of the quotas is landed, then here about 60,000 tons or 20% more than our quota is being landed in Estonia. So we are in very different positions. So this means strategic differences, and the state needs to decide what to invest in. This allows us to keep jobs here and tax money here in Estonia. Thank you again, Mart. And we can say that let's take a few minutes to set up for the panel discussion, and then it's time for the finale of this day. So a few minutes, and then we will continue with the panel discussion.
So we are back here in order to draw conclusions from the day. So this is Estonian Fisheries Forum. So we will start in English, and so the translation is in place. So you could listen if you choose the opportunity to hear translation, then you are okay as well.
But when we kind of start from the very beginning, from our beginning of the day, we heard that, or at least this is the point of view that I got from today, is that the EU regulations that exist right now are good in a way, but no one here in the room, or most of the people here in the room, are not quite happy with these. Am I right? Did I get the the point right. And whoever of you wants to begin with, be my guest. Maybe your first thoughts. Is it so? And your personal view, why aren't we happy with current regulations from the EU? Yeah, maybe you, Anton.
Yes, I was thinking about that the problem now when we have quite a lot of new buildings and we have the kilowatts and the GT. A lot of the new vessels could have had new technology inside, like LNG, for example, electric engines. And we have all the drawings for it, but in the end, when you do the economic calculation, you have the gross tonnage and a kilowatt, and you need to buy it to have a bigger vessel to actually fit the batteries and fit the LNG tanks, etc. And you can't actually do it. So it's a huge energy thing. And hopefully with the energy transition that it will be taken away.
Yes, and is there anyone who wants to add to this comment? Yes, please.
Thank you very much. I'm an outsider, you know.
Yeah.
And so I'm learning almost as I speak. But it seems to me that what we can take from this excellent conference is that once we have a good fisheries management system that is sufficiently well enforced, like individual quotas, individual transferable quotas, the policy, the centralized policy should be to minimize interference with what the fishers do. Avoid unnecessary controls, minimize interference, and allow the incentives the fishermen are faced to control most of the activities. When I say most of the activities, I am referring to environmental impacts that the individual quota system and similar management systems do not directly control. So if there are additional environmental impacts, maybe CO2 emissions or other greenhouse gases or habitat, ocean habitat impacts, those things had to be dealt with separately by various means. It so turns out, to my pleasure, that often quotas for the environmental impacts, like CO2 emissions, even impacts on the bottom flora, things of that nature, can be effective in guiding the fishing activity to the optimal situation. And there are cases where these kinds of environmental quotas in fisheries have been tried and been very, very effective.
Thank you. Yeah, Mart, please.
Just to comment where Anton left off. We are in a position sometimes in certain member states, let's say, in certain fisheries, you can't buy because it's all kind of, ceiling is there. There's no way to build anything new because that's one point. In certain markets, maybe you can get some additional GTs, for example. And the second thing is, I think some Estonian vessel owners keep the old vessels active because if you scrap the vessel, for example, then the timeline starts to count. In Estonia, it's 3 years, and then you lose your GTs and kilowatts once again. So it doesn't help as well to... It's all related to this ceiling and register and kilowatts and all that. Just small remarks.
Yes.
Yes, I think that if we can manage fishery well, if we can implement tax and quota system well, which is actually ensuring the utilization of fish stocks in sustainable manner. Of course, there are control issues, but when we don't need more rules, as it was explained also by other speakers, so we are just imposing too many different control rules, so that makes the for the sector difficulties to make their own developments, what they need, economical point of view, but also put a lot of pressure also to the administration to control different regulations, which are probably in the certain circumstances are not necessary. So we are putting a lot of financing there, and actually we could make things simply, just to control our common property, our fish stocks, and leave economical decisions to the fishermen.
That's good. Yeah, Mart.
I think in Estonia we have, let's say, 22 free vessels. At the moment we can do 10 to 15 vessels. That means already that we have only those vessels to cover in control-wise. All catches should be landed, documented. We all understand if EU wants, I think, cameras, we can live with that. Although what good does it do in the RSV tanks and all of that? But yes, I don't see any problems switching to that. And for inspectors to control those 10 vessels, it should be more simple. You can track them 24/7. When are they trawling? When are they entering the port? So I don't see any system. Only EU regulations with certain obligations in there restrict us at least to take that step and to get out of it.
Yes, you wanted to ask?
So this is a very good example of the distortive impact of capital controls here. You cannot switch to the types of vessels you want because that breaks some of the restrictions. And so this imposes a cost on your fishery, on Estonia, and to impose that cost, there is a very significant administrative cost down in Brussels to work out all these restrictions. And in the worst possible cases, you have restrictions that are seriously damaging, so you need other restrictions and other controls to respond to those problems, maybe subsidies of various kinds, etc., etc. It's an endless problem.
So, but just to be sure and to kind of get everything right in a correct way, is it so that only our maybe Baltic Sea region is the part of Europe that isn't really happy with, or the current European common policy doesn't work for us? Or are there any other regions, any other fisheries that are more content, more happy with the current European policy? What do you think? Or maybe you can just give us a broader view in that sense. Or if we have someone who wants to comment in our venue, in our public, so please go ahead. But yes, Mart, please.
It's hard to tell because I'm mostly involved in the Baltic Sea. And even in the Baltic Sea situation is very different. There are member states with very straightforward fishery, boats, ITQ systems, very well monitored. Then there are states that it's all a bit a mixture of things and it's not so easy. And I think if we go to the Black Sea or the Mediterranean, as was said, I think Commissioner or someone before in presentation as well, in there it's a totally different ballgame. So that's once again the one size doesn't fit all that Commissioner was talking about. But if we speak about regionalization, and we should look at the Baltic and have rules for the Baltic that the entire Baltic should go with.
Yes, please.
Yes, having this both belt and stripes. Yeah, it's totally crazy. But you shouldn't. The Commission shouldn't be afraid, because the only sort of species that is unquote doesn't have any quote is stickleback. And you're not even allowed to fish stickleback because you can't use the small mesh size. So there is no problem with unquoted species or non-quota species. And it's also like economic constraints on the vessels. We can see that the vessel doesn't grow and becomes 70 meters, because that's not optimal. If you build a new vessel in the North Sea, perhaps you need 60 or 70 meters vessels. But in the Baltic, what we can see in practical life is 50 meters is enough. It's optimal. So what are they actually afraid of?
So what I hear from you now and from today is that we maybe still need a reform in this policy and more, let's say, flexible or in a tailor-made way, right? Yep. To our region, for example, in the Baltic Sea. But we have some questions that have been written online to us. And one goes like this. I want to underline that I see the camera as a voluntary documentation. Fishermen will get a small top-up in fisheries with a low discard fraction and a high top-up in fisheries with much discard. Thus, the incentive effect reflects the size of the problem. And I guess this comment or question goes to Mogens, but it's from Mogens, of course. So we don't have to write or call him right now. Thank you, Mogens, for that. Is there anyone else who wants to comment on these CCTV cameras? Yes, please.
Yes, to make sure that we don't get any money for the trials or any quotas or anything. It's just for the time spent working with the mounting of the camera, etc. We get some sort of money for just the time. Anything else is no. We are doing it for transparency and for perhaps that it could help us to get people to understand what's actually going on when they are out on the sea.
Yes. Got it. Yeah, Ragnar, you had?
Yes, I think this idea of Mogens fully documented fisheries is a nice idea. And emphasizing the same point that it should be totally voluntary to use these CCTVs aboard the vessels. If you do so, you will be rewarded in the appropriate way. I think that's a very nice idea. But at the same time, I would like to point out a different way of enforcing discarding or no discarding rules. And that has to do with enforcement in general. Fishers discard when the expected value of discarding exceeds the expected penalty. And this is the same rule that applies to any violation of any rule. People do these violations because they think they're going to benefit by the violations on average. So the way to deal with discards, one way to deal with discards, and it's a very inexpensive way, is to have heavy penalties, relatively little observation, because observation and monitoring is expensive, but high penalties when someone is detected violating. So that has been tried in various parts of the world, and it has worked. It is sort of cold-blooded, and it might be better to use the carrot rather than the stick, but the stick definitely works in this context, because discarding is done for an economic reason. It's beneficial to those who discard, and sometimes even individual deckhands discard because they're too tired to process the fish against the will of the owner of the vessel. So it's an economic incentive to do it, and therefore an economic penalty, subtraction, a heavy subtraction of the quota rights or something similar, works. I'm just pointing this out just as another way to do it.
And I guess that, we have one question. Yeah, just a second, Mark, please remind what you had. And yeah, palun, here we go.
Hi, I wanted to ask about something different. We can see that our fleet in the Baltic Sea is quite old. One of the reasons is that, we are talking about kilowatts, but the main reason is that our fishing period is short enough. Our catches are quite small per vessel, and we are not able to earn enough profit. If the catch period was longer, then the use of vessels would be more efficient, and we would be able to buy more environmentally friendly vessels, as we will have to in the future. If the countries of the Baltic Sea agreed that they could use the same vessels interchangeably, changing the flag on the vessel in order to fulfill the quota of each country. Right now we have to fulfill the quota of our country using our vessels, but if we cooperated with Finland, Sweden, Latvia and other countries of the Baltic Sea in that respect, maybe we could be more efficient then, and perhaps go out to the open sea with a larger vessel and take more risks in buying quotas. Today we have been compensating this with state aid, with onshore investments. We have been becoming more competitive and more efficient. But if we are talking about vessels on the Baltic Sea, then Ain, Mart, what about this option of changing flags and using ships interchangeably? Has this been a topic at all? This would allow us to better use our ships.
Küsin üle, et kas see küsimuse mõte...
Asking whether the aim of your question is that the different ships from different countries could also come to Estonian waters and ports. So, quick translation.
Should have in our region, in the Baltic Sea, that, for example, Estonian fleet can fish for you in Sweden, or I don't know, the Danish part. So can we like exchange flags in a way that we have the fleet that can work for another country? Aga alustame, Ain, maybe first of all, yeah.
I started my speech today about this Common Fisheries Policy, and one cornerstone is this relative stability, actually, where member states are getting their share from the total allowable catch. So I think if to look from the state perspective to this issue, of course, when the states are very interested that taxes are all these, what payment should become to the country from this arrangement come to their country. So I think it haven't been discussed in the way how to can be done. But yeah, main issue is we have our national fishing possibilities. So I think state is interested that they citizens are using this and getting this profit to the country. But I wanted to reflect also to the CTPTs earlier. I think it was also discussed that probably in all fisheries we don't need them. For example, the necessity to control the landing obligation is where we have a mixed fishery, many different species are caught at the same time. We have our main fishery is herring spread fishery in Baltic, which are also mixed fishery, but 2 species. And of course, we don't see real necessity probably to have the CBTs on the board, as we have also the possibility to now to bring this low-value fish to the fish meal factory. So probably there is no so big interest to make this cost to catch the fish, and hypothetically, of course, they might be that the size is so small and we cannot get such a big price that we can get from the fish which we can sell to the human consumption. So, of course, if also fishermen said that if we need to give assurance that we are not overusing our fishing possibilities or quotas, probably this might be a compromise finally in order to get rid of redundant measures. probably it might be the compromise to go further.
Exactly. Thank you. And maybe we come again with the question of changing flags, fishing for another country, because we got Ein's point of view on that, and you had something similar or something else, Anton, please.
Both, actually. I could answer the first question about the quotas. It would be lovely and very nice to be able to make this renting, for example, renting quotas from Norway or renting quotas from Denmark and swapping quotas without, come on, we're living in EU, what's the problem? And so I can't see any problem. I know that also Sweden, as a member state, has had this discussion with a positive view, but I know other member states that doesn't have it. But so no problem for us. But the question I asked, or statement I just want to make sure that everyone understands, because I have talked so much about consumption, is that the industry, it's nothing wrong with fishing for industry. It's a perfect way to get rid of dioxins, etc. And it's also nice that 1 kilo of fish meal can produce 1.6 kilos of salmon. The problem is that it's not done in Sweden.
Thank you. And Mart, maybe? On the
two comments from my side as well. Talking about CCTVs, Estonia also participates in the trial. We have 3 vessels going with cameras starting. So in cooperation with authorities, we have a small bonus, not quota, but financial to do it. But I think it helps us to understand both the fishermen a bit better, this documented fishery or CCTV, and also transparency, and learn what kind of possibilities are there. Do we really see something? Is it just for harbor purpose, or something else is visible? And this card issue as well. But I don't think there is an initiative, because there is, maybe some time ago there was a price difference, not so much anymore. So at the moment everything is caught, landed, and counted against the quota. Now changing flags. Yes, I think the swapping is an answer, at least in the main basin, in a sprat and herring fishery, no problem. But if we would like to fish in Bosnia, for example, and the same vessel, then it makes it a bit more trickier, I think. Sweden and Finland, no, but we don't see any Danish trawlers in. There are?
Yes.
Fishing in Bosnia as well?
Yes.
So there should be any problems. Gulf of Riga only with the motor restrictions. Other than that, it's all about swapping quotas.
And I guess we have a comment on the same topic as well, about swapping the flags, or whatever you call it. It is a member state prerogative to decide who may fish on their quotas, but decision may be challenged at EU court according to free movement. So this is the comment that we got, I guess, on this topic. And I see that Mogens has added something else to his comment about the CCTVs. So cameras also allows for simplified bycatch rules, which is something the Danish pelagic fleet is looking for. And just to comfort us, probably, I guess it's also Mogens, I just moderated a discussion between all North Sea countries. Nobody's satisfied with a CFP implementation. They are working on a report on this. So I don't know whether to be happy or sad about it, but same thoughts go around in North Sea countries as well. But we have to kind of start to finalizing up our conversation over here. One thought that I had about talking about the future plans and kind of refurbishing our fleets, or maybe just having new ships all in all. Do you see that there's been a talk about new fuels? Let's talk about maybe, we have these electric engines which work on diesel power still, and dual engines. Is there an option for hydrogen power as well? Because as a as a source of power, hydrogen can work with electric engine, right? Do you see that these kind of vessels will appear in the Baltic Sea region in near future, let's say in 10, 20 years as well?
I think as the EU made a ban on the cars from 2035, something similar might happen, but the technology must be there first. The bunkering, where you can get this fuel, all that. With cars, everything is going electric, batteries and all that. In fishing, it's not so easy. If you use a ferry that goes, I don't know, 15 kilometers, it's possible to calculate how much is needed. It goes back and forth. With a vessel, you go out, you go fishing. You don't need when and where you're going to find the fish, when and you're going to come back. So I kind of put the electrical topic on there as well. So in fisheries, it's not as easy. I think the innovation will come from vessel building or container ships or ferries and then it will be transformed to the fisheries as well. Whether it's hydrogen, something else, we will see. But I think first steps will be in a maritime, but other industries, and then fishing will follow, fishing vessels.
Mm-hmm. Ragnar, please.
Thank you. I'm not a technical person, but I understand that hydrogen is expensive to produce. And unless you have hydroelectric power or geothermal or something similar, the production of hydrogen produces CO2 and other greenhouse gases. It so happens in my own country, Iceland, that we have these non-polluting energy resources, hydroelectric and geothermal in abundance. And there is suddenly a very serious discussion of using hydrogen to power the fishing fleet, at least parts of the fishing fleet. And as I understand it, it's quite similar to, basically similar engines in the vessels. And the storage of hydrogen is stored in a similar way in the vessel, so it doesn't have the limitations of batteries, although hydrogen has to be stored in a different way. So at least in Iceland, people are looking at this very, very seriously, and it's probably closer to being implemented than electric fishing vessels.
So as time is running up, thank you very much for your comment. For the last thing, I would like you all to give a think and thoughts about, just to kind of come up with your conclusions, short comments. How much and what, all in all, European Union should control if we talk about fleets and management? I hear your thoughts working. Who wants to begin? And let's be precise and conclusive. Yes, please, Mark, yes.
I would say that trust more regions or regionalization. Let the different regions decide either commonly and trust more member states. I think we are past the point where Commission or had to make sure that member states behave or give more incentives, and I think the good things will follow. We can lose most of the restriction that we talked about, the gear, the registers, and focus on what suits for that member state. And
yes, please.
There are certain things that can only be dealt with centrally, and those are basically central problem or very wide problems like global warming, things like that. Fisheries is not one of these areas. So it's a fundamental mistake by the European Union to believe that they can run a common fisheries policy with the same rules for everyone.
I see. And Ain, please.
Yeah, I probably answered already to this question. I said that if we have proper management of TSCs and proper control over the TSCs in order we are ensuring that we are not taking more out than allowed, then it should be enough. Of course, there should be probably some kind of technical measures as well. If you are talking about bottom fishing, and we might have some rules there, of course, these have to be also controlled. But otherwise, as I mentioned, we have to get rid of such measures which are not necessary.
And Anton, you may sum it up.
I would say that in some sense that the regional aspects, like Mark said, is very important. But at the same time, to get a level playing field, it's very important that we have some central sort of, at least for the competition or level playing field, that we have so that in that case it's very important. But the most important is that the management is adaptive.
Thank you. Thank you all for being here with us and sharing your thoughts. I switch to Estonian, if that's fine with you now, just to end it up. Päev on jõudnud.
This conference day has reached its end, and we can put a full stop to the fifth Baltic Sea Fisheries Forum. We had a lot of inspiring thoughts and thought-provoking ideas. Perhaps we should think about the fact that European level policies should be developed and changed. There is a lot of interest for this, and it's only good for everyone if things are better organized and more adaptive to the fishing region. I hope very much that we will meet again in the future. The Baltic Sea Fisheries Forum is always welcoming new contributions. I wish you a nice dinner and fruitful conversations. Thank you and greetings to all.
Thank you. Thank you.